Married Life with My Childhood Friend. Volume 3. By Hammerbane. Translated by Yuki Kitsuneko. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Can I put it in now? Yeah. Whenever you're ready. Nodding softly to each other, we. Octopus. Going in. Then I'll add the squid. We started adding ingredients to the batter sizzling on the takoyaki grill. Next up, cheese. Oh, that sounds delicious. Then I'll add some kimchi. Nice choice. Okay, next, salted kombu. Salted kombu? Wait, isn't that kind of offbeat? Are we sure about this? Keep it coming, natto, pickled plum, chocolate, and marshmallows, too. Are we really sure about this? Well, we'll know once we taste it. Today, it was just the two of us having a takoyaki party at my place. The idea came up when Yuika mentioned in passing that she'd never made takoyaki at home. So, I borrowed the equipment from my family to make it happen. Wow, Shukuen, you're really good at flipping them. I used to make them all the time back home. Hey, can I try flipping one? Of course. The trick is to flick your wrist, kind of like turning a doorknob. Okay, here goes. Whoa, nice. That was great. Not bad for my first time, right? Yeah, you'd never guess it's your first try. Chatting like this, we kept cooking. All done. Soon, we had a batch of perfectly browned takoyaki. Let's dig in. Our voices overlapped as usual, but today they carried a bit more excitement. Hot, hot. Ah, it's so hot, but delicious. Yeah, the piping hot bite is what makes it so good. Enjoying the various flavors, we happily munched away. The gooey cheese is perfect, and the saltiness is just right. Cheese is great, but kimchi is a top-tier partner for carbs, don't you think? Oh, this one has both cheese and kimchi. Needless to say, the combo is unbeatable. Yeah, and salted kombu is surprisingly good. You should try it, Yuika. Are you sure this isn't some kind of prank? Come on, would I do that to you? Try it with some ponzu sauce. Okay. Wow, it's amazing. The kombu's umami and saltiness really stand out. Told you. And the chocolate and marshmallow ones have a nice dessert vibe. Not bad. Everything was delicious, and we kept smiling as we ate one takoyaki after another. Phew, I'm getting thirsty. Got you covered. I opened the fridge and pulled out the drinks I had prepared. This is what you're craving right now, right? Yes. Ramune. Yuika pointed at the glass bottle of Ramune with the biggest smile of the day. Somehow, takoyaki always makes me think of Ramune. Wonder why? Probably because they're both staples at festivals. Ah, that's it. As we alternated between eating hot takoyaki and refreshing ourselves with Ramune, I found myself thinking, after trying all these different flavors, going back to the simple octopus one really makes you appreciate the classic, doesn't it? Yeah, in the end, the classic always wins. My eyes were naturally drawn to Yuika's face as she happily bit into another takoyaki, her expression glowing with contentment. Section. As I kept eating takoyaki, juggling the heat and flavor, I suddenly noticed something. Shukuen had stopped eating and was staring at me. What's with that big smile? Did I do something funny? If you keep staring at me like that, it's a little hard to eat, you know? What? Oh, sorry. You just looked like you were enjoying it so much, I couldn't help it. Well, yeah. I just remembered that I forgot to eat takoyaki at the festival the other day. But having it now, after 10 years, it's as delicious as I imagined. I'm glad you're enjoying it. As we shared this casual conversation, a small thought crept into my mind. Wait a second. Am I eating too much? I've never really paid attention before, but compared to most girls, I eat a lot. Actually, I pretty much eat the same amount as Shukuen all the time. Could he think I'm some kind of glutton? That's not impossible, is it? Okay, let's test the waters a little. Hey, Shukuen, do you like girls who eat a lot? Chem? He seemed to pause, genuinely pondering the question. Well, yeah, I think I do. He smiled faintly as he said it, which put my heart at ease. All right, I'm safe. Shukuin's the type who finds girls enjoying their food cute. Actually, maybe that's not quite it. Wait, what? My internal panic was threatening to spill over, but I tried desperately to keep my expression neutral. Seeing my reaction, Shukuin's smile deepened. Maybe. I just like watching you eat a lot, Yuika. What? Don't say things like that out of nowhere. My facial muscles have been working overtime lately. But still, don't stop. It makes me happy. Eating with you makes food taste way better than eating alone. Ah, geez. You say it so casually, but this is exactly the kind of thing that gets me. Fufu, you're such a sweet talker. I bet you say that to other girls too. Of course, I was only joking to cover my embarrassment. I don't. He didn't break his smile. I only say it to you, Yuika. He said it while looking straight into my eyes. Hee hee. Then I guess to make sure you enjoy your food, I'll have to eat lots and make it look delicious. Yeah, please do. I managed to keep my expression within the bounds of a polite smile, though it felt like it was on the verge of slipping. Placing a hand over my chest, I thought quietly, hey, Shukuin. When you say things that make me feel like I'm special to you, is it because I'm your best friend? Or could it mean something a little more? Is it okay for me to hope? Chapter 1. Even after the second semester begins. A few days had passed since our honeymoon, a trip that was truly filled with all sorts of things. Today is the first day of school, right? You seem pretty excited. Yuika's energy was noticeably high this morning, marking the start of the new school term. As for me, I was feeling the typical post-break lethargy, just a little, though. Well, there are so many fun events in the second term. The cultural festival, the sports festival, and the class trip. Yeah, that's true. Our school was known for packing even the third-year curriculum with major events. Perhaps it was their way of saying, you've prepared enough. A little break won't ruin your chances at university. Or maybe it was just a strategy to encourage internal admissions. Either way, as someone already in the internal admission track, it didn't matter much to me. That said, I hadn't really enjoyed these kinds of events until, well, last year. I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, me too. When Yuika smiled at me like that, I could answer without hesitation. With her by my side, with my best friend beside me, any event was bound to be a blast. By the way, do you think Tokuhoshi-san and Ita managed to finish their summer assignments? Oh, I meant to check in with them earlier, but I forgot. Fufu. Too busy enjoying your summer? Probably. Between the group trip and our private getaway, this summer had been packed with fun. It was easy to lose track of other things. Well, if they haven't said anything, I guess they're fine. Let's hope so. Just to confirm, you finished yours, right, Yuika? Of course. I made sure to get everything done before our trip. Figures. She had been spending so much time hanging out with me after finishing hers early. When had she managed to squeeze it all in? Well, I couldn't exactly let unfinished work ruin our honeymoon, could I? Good point. As I moved on with preparing breakfast, a thought struck me. By the way, what's our school's culture festival like? There's a lot of room for student creativity, but overall, I'd say it's a pretty big deal. Wow, sounds fun. I wonder what food I'll get to try. Only you would prioritize food. Fufu, I'll make sure to enjoy the stage events too. Oh yeah, isn't Tokuhoshi-san performing with her band? Yap. I can't miss that. Tokuhoshi-san is amazing at karaoke, so I'm looking forward to it. Before I realized it, the sluggishness I'd been feeling earlier had completely disappeared. I found myself unexpectedly excited about the new term ahead. Section. As usual, we arrived at school separately. Yuika-san, help me. Even when I know it's coming, it still catches me off guard every time. Yuika, who had apparently gotten to the classroom slightly ahead of me, was tackled by Tokuhoshi Haina in a familiar scene I couldn't help but watch with a smile. But then, Shu-chan, help me. Goo. This time, the impact was directed at my stomach. I barely managed to stay upright, but the sheer force pushed me all the way out into the hallway. What the? When you do this, it's no joke. I shouted at the culprit, Takeuchi Ita. Despite his laid-back, pretty boy appearance, he was a serious martial artist from a prestigious dojo. His tackles weren't something to take lightly. Heh. Not bad, Shu-chan, holding your ground like that. Enough with the flattery. What's your excuse this time? Well, I figured I'd take a page out of Hina-chan's book and boost my likability before asking for a favor. You know that doesn't work, right? Wait, what? You mean this doesn't make me more likable? Ah. Well. No. From inside the classroom, Tokuhoshi-san's shocked voice and Yuika's slightly awkward reply drifted out. I could practically picture Yuika's half-smile. Anyway, putting jokes aside. Don't joke about holding a damage contest. Shu-chan, could you help me out with my summer homework a little? You're seriously not done. Ito clapped his hands together in a pleading gesture, bowing his head. His desperation caught me off guard. From the classroom, I could hear what sounded like a near-identical conversation between Tokuhoshi-san and Yuika. I can't believe there are people in their final year of high school who can't finish their summer homework on time. Now, Shu-chan, that's a bit off the mark. Ito wagged his finger with a smug look for some inexplicable reason. The homework is due during the first class of each subject. So technically, I'm not late yet. That's just splitting hairs. Come on, don't be like that. I've already done everything except the parts one need help with. I just need you to fill in the gaps. If you got that far, you could have just asked me during the summer. Well, Ito suddenly lowered his voice and leaned close to my ear. You wanted to spend your summer alone with Yuika-chan, didn't you? So that's what this was about. In that case, I'd be honored to help. Thanks, my friend. I'll treat you next time. No need. On second thought, this is a good chance to settle my debt with you. Debt? I don't remember lending you anything. That's exactly the problem. Ita had been helping Yuika as her bodyguard and had also supported us in keeping our marriage a secret. Considering all that, helping him with homework was a small price to pay. By the way, could it be that Tokuhoshi-san was being considerate for the same reason? Could she have already figured out our relationship? After all, she'd witnessed us in some rather compromising situations. In Hina-chan's case, she just partied too hard and ran out of time. Oh, I see. So it wasn't that. Section. By the time lunch break rolled around, we had made steady progress on Ita's homework. We're finally starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I've calculated the schedule for all the first classes of each subject. With your help, Shu-chan, I'll just barely make it in time. Couldn't you redirect just a little bit of that meticulousness toward something more productive? As I exchanged this pointless banter with Ita, the sound of the classroom door opening forcefully reached my ears. Well, it was lunch break, so it wasn't particularly unusual. There you are. Shuichi-senpai. I wasn't in any club, and no underclassman would call me senpai, let alone address me by my first name. Or so I thought. But that voice. I turned to look, and sure enough, found you. Standing there was none other than Yuika's younger sister, Karasuma Canon. I'd heard she was transferring to our school this term, but... Canon, what are you doing here? Yahoo, big sis. This uniform is super cute, don't you think? Yuika's eyes widened in disbelief, while Canon spun around on the spot, giving an oddly off-topic reply. Karasuma's sister? Now that you mention it, they do look alike. She's, big. Her, poise. Yeah, her poise and confidence as a person. Wait, she said Shuichi-senpai, right? She means Kono-kun. Doesn't she? What's their relationship? She's big. The classroom buzzed with speculation. Hello, everyone. I'm Karasuma Canon, Yuika Onia's little sister. Today, I've come to introduce myself to my sister's classmates. I hope you'll all remember me. Pleased to meet you. With a cheerful grin, Canon struck a pose, making a peace sign near her eye as she greeted the room with unwavering confidence. Sorry, everyone, for the commotion. Yuika hurriedly apologized to the class. Yuika hurried over to Canon in a panic. Just come here for now. Sure thing. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yuika pulled Canon over to our group. It seemed she judged it better than letting her linger near the entrance. Sit here. Okay. Following Yuika's direction, Canon sat down. But, wait, Canon, where are you sitting? Canon had plopped herself down. On my lap. Oh, sorry. I must have made a mistake. Well, if it was a mistake, I guess it can't be helped. But, it's so comfy here. Can we just keep chatting like this? If you don't stop, rumors about weird services in our class will start spreading. Oh, by the way, don't you think the word senpai sounds just a little risque? Don't you agree, Shuichi-senpai? I've never thought of it that way. I calmly responded as Canon wrapped her arms around my neck. Wow, Kono-kun. Is he seriously not flinching at all in that situation? He's acting like he's used to handling this kind of thing. But even so, how can he stay that unfazed in the face of that pressure? Wait, could they actually be a couple? This isn't good. If this keeps up, all kinds of misunderstandings are going to spread. I debated whether I should take more drastic measures when... All right, that's enough. Canon, you can't just be so rude to someone you've just met. Rude on a first meeting. Yuika, adding a quick explanation, pried Canon off me. The classroom immediately became noisier than it had been all day. Well, if I were in their position, I'd think the same thing. Okay. Sorry about that, Shuichi-senpai. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Given the circumstances, anything I said would likely make things worse, so I left it at that. Wait, hold on. Kono-kun hasn't even introduced himself yet, right? Yeah, she was already on his lap before a single word was exchanged. But she's been calling him Shuichi-senpai from the start. Well, about that. Suddenly, Canon turned to Shiratori-san, the class representative, who had been whispering to another classmate. Shiratori-san flinched at being addressed so abruptly. See, I kind of have a childhood friend/old tie sort of relationship with Ita-senpai. We're not super close, but we stay in touch every now and then. Oh, I see. Well, that wasn't exactly a lie. Ita's family and Yuika's had been acquainted for a long time. Still, I wasn't sure what Canon was getting at, and neither, apparently, was Shiratori-san. Anyway, Ita-senpai told me, there's this guy named Kono Shuichi in our class who's the second best looking guy after me. You should come check him out. So here I am. Ahaha. Did I say that? Maybe I did. Ita quickly played along, though his forced smile twitched slightly. But you found Kono-kun right away, didn't you? Yep. The description was spot on, so it was super easy. Oh, I see. Canon declared this confidently, and although Shiratori-san looked slightly dubious, she seemed to accept the explanation. Also, Ita-senpai, calling him second best looking is such a lie. Wait, really? You think so? It's obvious, isn't it? Shuichi-senpai is way better looking. Haha, I guess you're right. Ita couldn't really argue against that, but what even was this ridiculous back and forth? Honestly, I might have fallen for him at first sight. Canon, what are you saying? Her bold declaration stirred the class into an even greater uproar, with some girls letting out excited squeals. Seriously, what's with this entire situation? Haha, thanks. Even if it's just a compliment, I appreciate it. But I'm serious. It was probably safe to assume most people would take this as a joke. But the truth is, Canon had confessed her feelings to me just the other day. At the time, I thought it was a joke, but according to Yuika, Canon genuinely liked me. We'd only just met, so I had no idea what part of me she could have fallen for. Maybe this love at first sight wasn't as far-fetched as I'd assumed. I knew I needed to give her a proper rejection soon. But in this situation, refusing her in front of everyone wasn't an option, and if I tried to talk to her outside the classroom, that would spark more rumors. Well then, just as I was pondering my next move, Canon spoke up again. She had me on edge, wondering what she'd say next, but I've said hi to all my sister's classmates and finally got to meet Shuichi-senpai. That's enough for today, so I'll be going now. Canon declared this cheerfully and prepared to leave. Make sure to behave yourself next time, okay? Okay. Yuika, speaking with a touch of exasperation, received a lively response from Canon. Despite her annoyed tone, Yuika wouldn't outright tell Canon not to come again. She probably couldn't help but find her little sister adorable. I'd feel the same way if Kazua ever visited my classroom. Wait, what? Peeking through the classroom door was Kazua herself. What's she doing there? And is it just me, or do her pupils look completely dilated? Section. A man interfering in Yuri. Fanfiction where original characters outshine the canon ones. And BFF couple love a samurai. These are the world's 3 greatest evils, and I urge everyone to assist in eradicating them on sight. And that girl, not satisfied with the audacity of sitting on my brother's lap, a sanctuary that belongs to me, well, now shared with my sister-in-law, she went as far as confessing to him in front of everyone. A flirt. There's no such thing as a gyaru who's kind to otaku, but a flirtatious otaku? They do exist. She's now my top priority for elimination. Ha! Isn't that One Leaf-chan? What are you doing here? The BFF couple lover samurai emerged from the classroom, tilting her head as she called out my online handle. Here to see your brother. Or your sister-in-law. Why not just go in? If I could have, I'd have stormed in several minutes ago, drop-kicked you out, and made my exit. Ah. Is it one of those things where you're embarrassed, and your brother told you not to talk to him at school? My brother would never reject me like that. Then. Oh, I know. It's a vampire thing, right? You can't enter unless you're invited. Okay, then, come on in. I am not some middle schooler Chinibya, and you're not even in a position to invite me. So why aren't you going in? Because normal people don't have the guts to waltz into a senior's classroom uninvited. Oh, really? That's how it works. Ah, the obliviousness of extroverts toward the delicate sensibilities of introverts. Curse it. I once thought of her as a comrade, but that's now a regrettable part of my personal history. So, if you're not going in, what are you even doing here? Just out for a stroll? Obviously, I'm here to keep an eye on you. Oh, really? Good work, then. How dare you say that so casually? Today, this girl transferred into my class. Well, that's fine. Even though we only knew each other online, it wasn't a shallow connection. I figured I'd be the first to talk to her and ease her transition. Or so I thought. Instead, BFF couple lover samurai proactively introduced herself to everyone, and by midday, she'd already become the class's central figure. That was fine too. I even admired her for the kind of extroverted energy I could never possess. She doesn't need my help, I thought, offering a quiet, nihilistic smile as I resigned myself to the tranquility of my school life. Or at least, that's how it would have been. Hey, sorry to interrupt your weird face-making, but can we talk for a sec? I wasn't making any weird faces. But fine. My voice probably came out stiffer than usual. Introverts tend to instinctively raise their guard when approached by extroverts. You're Kono Kazua-chan, right? Shuichi Kono's little sister? That's correct. So, you're One Leaf-chan. This is our first time meeting in person, isn't it? But it doesn't feel like it. Your image matches perfectly. And you're much more extroverted than I imagined. Were you just pretending to be a cringe otaku online? Oh no, I'm 100% a real otaku. You know that, don't you? True, your level of cringe couldn't be faked. Thanks. Dark magic doesn't seem to work on true extroverts. By the way, do you know which class your brother is in? Of course. Class 3 to 8. At that moment, I let my guard down entirely. She didn't even know her target's class, so I figured I'd show some noble generosity by helping her out. What a mistake. Thanks. I asked my sister, but she wouldn't tell me. I thought I'd have to check each classroom in order, so this really helps. I'll go see him now. By the time I realized the inconsistency, it was already too late. She'd been asking about my brother's classroom from the start. Not my sister's classroom. No way. I hurried after her, only to witness the chaos she'd unleashed. Lunch break's almost over. Let's head back. Fine. Her reasoning was sound, so we started walking back together. But seriously, what was all that shamelessness earlier? Of course, I wasn't letting her off without a proper scolding. Shameless. What part? Sitting on his lap. That was just skinship. Stop normalizing inappropriate behavior like some shady establishment. And as if that wasn't enough, confessing in front of everyone. Hey, that's pure love, not something indecent. NTR, you mean? Wait, isn't this one of those say it after sleeping with them situations? Oh. Should we compare how many nights I've spent sharing a bed with my brother versus how many super chats you've sent to your Oshi? Right, I forgot you're one of those fans actually slept with your Oshi. You might be more trouble than I thought. You do know my brother has a wife, right? Publicly confessing to someone who's taken is beyond guilty. What's wrong with a confession? I've been in love with him for 10 years, it's about time. Oh, trying to play the veteran card? Sorry. But I've been bonded with my Oshi since birth, 16 years and counting. Fat. But I straddled my Oshi while he was half naked. Oh. Well, I've been fully naked and had my Oshi change my diapers. Wait, your brother's into that kind of thing? Huh. I did say I'd do anything for him. Maybe it's worth a try. Shuichi-senpai, I'm ready anytime. And so, our ridiculous argument continued all the way back to the classroom. Section. What's up, Shu-chan? You're making a weird face. I just got the feeling that somewhere, something disgraceful about me is being fabricated. Ita gave me a what the heck are you talking about? Look. Honestly, even I wasn't entirely sure what I meant. It was just a hunch, but my sixth sense was telling me something wasn't right. Well, putting that aside. Earlier, I noticed Kazua peeking over here from that spot. What do you think she was doing? She talked to Canon-chan for a bit and then walked off with her. Maybe she was here to look out for Canon-chan? Normally, going to an upperclassman's classroom on your first day after transferring is intimidating, right? It just doesn't apply to Canon-chan. Ah, that makes sense. That explanation clicked. They already seemed like old friends, and Kazua is just that kind-hearted. Those eyes. They were filled with concern, weren't they? I mean, that's the takeaway here. Right. Kazua-chan is such a good girl, isn't she? I wish I could get mine to follow her example. Canon-chan was cheerful, adorable, and a good girl too, though. Visiting her older sister's classroom to introduce herself on her first day of transfer is such a polite thing to do. Why yeah. Thanks. Takahashi-san said that with complete sincerity, despite having witnessed the entire sequence of events from start to finish. It's moments like this that make me think she's destined for greatness. Section. It was the evening of the first day of the second term, which had been eventful in its own way. Shukuin, can you fold this next? Got it. I was busily folding laundry that Yuika had brought in from the balcony. Ah, it's starting to rain. From the balcony, I heard Yuika's slightly panicked voice. Need some help over there? No, it's fine. This is the last of it. Her confident reply reassured me. Phew, just in time. Yuika returned from the balcony and placed the last batch of laundry down with a thud. Good call on bringing it in early with the typhoon coming. Right. Perfect timing. We exchanged small smiles, satisfied with our teamwork. Then Yuika joined me, and the two of us quietly folded the laundry together. There was no awkwardness in the silence, if anything. It felt comforting. That is, until... Wait, is this... Yuika's? As I picked up a bath towel, I caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a bra underneath. Flustered, I quickly covered it with the towel. Oh, sorry about that. It must have gotten mixed in. Naturally, we had a system where delicate items like underwear were handled separately. It must have gotten mixed up when we hurriedly brought everything in. Foo-foo. Since it's already here, why don't you fold it for me? Wait, what? I thought we agreed to handle these things individually. I wouldn't even know how to fold it properly. That wasn't really the point, but still. Oh, right. That makes sense. Yuika nodded in understanding, and I let out a quiet sigh of relief. So, first, you flip it inside out. Stop. I didn't mean I wanted instructions on how to fold it. Yuika casually plucked the bra from the pile and started folding it herself, while I averted my gaze in a panic. If you don't mind, could you please fold that in your own room like usual? It's just clean fabric after it's been washed. Would you be embarrassed if I saw yours? Well, I mean, not really. If I flipped the situation, I wouldn't feel particularly awkward about Yuika folding my laundry, including my underwear. But is this really the same? Men's underwear and women's bras, are they even comparable? Also, I accidentally caught a glimpse earlier. Yuika wears something like that now? Compared to what I saw before due to unavoidable circumstances, this one felt a little bold, didn't it? Foo-foo. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Yuika smirking. Then, for some reason, she leaned in close to whisper in my ear. Shukuen, do you like this kind of thing? She murmured seductively. It's not like that. I mumbled, unsure of how to respond. Make sure to tell me your preferences, okay? I'll wear whatever you like, and you can always take a good look whenever you want. What? Her bewitching words momentarily conjured an image of Yuika wearing that bra in my mind, which I immediately pushed away in a panic. Seriously, don't say stuff like that to me just because it's me. This wasn't the first time I had to caution her. Of course, I knew she trusted me as her best friend and believed I would never cross any lines, and that made me happy. But still, our honeymoon got a little dicey at one point. I don't think anything more intense than that will happen going forward, but it'd be nice if she exercised a bit more caution when dealing with a guy. Or am I the indecent one here? Getting flustered over a best friend's laundry feels ridiculous. No, is it actually me who's the problem? Okay. I'll fold the rest in my room. Perhaps noticing my internal struggle, Yuika gathered her underwear and headed to her room. Relieved, I made sure not to watch as she walked away, focusing intently on the remaining laundry section. Foo-foo, Shukuen. He got so flustered just from accidentally seeing some underwear. He's seriously adorable. Like I said earlier, it's just fabric at this point. There's nothing embarrassing about it. Not embarrassing. Not No, wait. Actually, this is kind of embarrassing now, isn't it? I mean, even if it's been washed, it's still underwear. And the bra Shukuen saw earlier. I grabbed it randomly, but now that I think about it, it's the most risque one I own. I bought it on a whim but never found a chance to wear it, so I just tossed it in the wash to get it ready. Of all days, it had to be today. No, Shukuen, you've got it all wrong. I'm not some indecent girl who only owns sexy lingerie, okay? But if Shukuen does like that kind of thing, then I'll wear sexy lingerie for him. And if he prefers it, I could even become a sexy girl for him, too. Section. The commotion from the earlier underwear incident had finally settled in my mind by the evening of the first day of the second term. Alright, that should do it. I nodded in satisfaction, having finished reinforcing the living room windows with packing tape. Shukuen, I'm done over here. Yuika, who had been working on securing the bathroom, came back into the room. The rain's gotten pretty intense, right? Yeah, they said the peak should hit soon. The sound of rain striking the windows grew louder, and the whistling wind outside was audible even within the sealed house. Hey, Shukuen, you know. Yuika looked up at me from the side. Doesn't weather like this kind of get your heart racing? You really never lose that childlike sense of wonder, do you, Yuika? Her playful grin reminded me of the mischievous Yukuen from years ago, making me chuckle despite myself. What? You're telling me you don't feel it, too? Well, yeah, I do, actually. To be honest, I couldn't deny it. It might be a bit inappropriate, but the increasing sense of the extraordinary was undeniably thrilling. Alright, let's take the chance to. I was about to suggest checking our emergency supplies when, eek. The world was suddenly plunged into darkness. It seemed we'd lost power, but the abruptness left me momentarily stunned, though that wasn't the real issue. No. It's dark, it's scary. Shukuen, are you here? Shukuen, wait, is this actually you? Or something else? What if it's something scary? I'm here. It's me. I promise it's me. The bigger problem was Yuika clinging to me, arms wrapped tightly around me in her panic. The sensation of her softness and her sweet scent were heightened in the darkness. Wait, this is not the time for thoughts like that. See, Yuika? I'm right here. I turned on my phone's flashlight and held it up to my face. I heard her breathe a relieved sniff against my chest. With my face now illuminated, Yuika's features, faintly lit by the weak glow, began to relax. Even so, her expression still held a lingering unease. I'm going to get the flashlight. I'll come with you. One flashlight would be enough, and truthfully, I didn't want Yuika walking in the dark like this. But leaving her alone in the pitch-black room felt even riskier. All right, let's go. Yuika? I glanced down at Yuika, who was still clinging tightly to me, and gave her a questioning look. She returned the same puzzled expression. Would you mind letting go of me for a moment? Nope. Yuika buried her face deeper into my chest and shook her head, her fear causing a bit of regression to a childlike state. I couldn't deny it, she was adorable like this. Not the time for that. Fine, we'll just go like this. All right, let's shuffle forward slowly. Using my phone's light to guide the way, we began moving carefully. Thankfully, the emergency supplies were stored in a corner of the living room, not far away. Yuika matched my movements perfectly, so it wasn't as awkward as I'd feared. Aside from the way my focus kept drifting, of course. Here we go, got it. We made it to the emergency bag, and I pulled out a flashlight, switching it on. Its beam was much stronger than my phone's, bringing some much-needed relief. I felt Yuika's grip on me loosen slightly. Let's try this. I took out a 500 milliliters bottle of water from the bag. Thirsty. There's something I want to try. Feeling a bit uncertain, I removed the bottle's label and placed it upright on the flashlight's lens. Wow, it's so bright. The water bottle diffused the light, illuminating the entire area. Yuika's voice had a brightness to it now, much closer to her usual tone. Apparently, the water refracts the light and helps spread it around. Wow, Shukuen, you're so smart. It's just something I read online. It wasn't modesty, I'd stumbled on the tip by pure chance. Oh, sorry. I must have hurt you, right? Finally, Yuika let go of me. Not at all. And if holding on to me helped you feel even a little safer, you can cling to me as much as you need. Fufu, thanks. Even so, I couldn't deny feeling a quiet sense of relief as I adjusted myself after she let go. Well, what should we do about dinner? I felt like I might have said something embarrassing again, so I casually changed the subject. Besides, this was the next pressing issue to address. I made sure to cook rice earlier just in case, but the warmer's off, so we should eat it quickly. As for the rest, it depends on whether the gas is still working. We should check if it works, but I'd rather avoid using fire in this dim light. Agreed. In that case, let's go with canned food, and oh, I stocked up on croquettes. Haha, that sounds like more than enough. Thanks to Yuika's foresight, we wouldn't have to settle for a meager dinner. Canned food can be surprisingly good every now and then. Right. It's actually delicious. Even in the dim light, we had enough comfort to enjoy our meal. These croquettes are great. Wait. This tastes just like the ones I used to have back home. Oh, that's because I bought them from the butcher shop your family's been using for years. Really? How'd you even know that? I don't think I've ever paid attention to where they came from. Well, you see? I was chatting with your mum once, and the topic just happened to come up, so I remembered it. It's not like I'm some clingy girl who tracks every little thing about her husband's family, right? I mean, yeah, that'd be a bit much. Right. Somehow, this feels like a conversation we've had before. That light setup kind of looks like fancy indirect lighting, doesn't it? True. Yuika's natural positivity seemed to be coming back. Thanks for the meal. We clasped our hands together after finishing the assortment of canned food and a generous helping of croquettes. The power's really taking its time to come back, isn't it? Yeah. Following Yuika's gaze, I looked toward the window. Outside was pitch black. It seemed like the entire area was without power. Thick clouds blocked out even the faintest moonlight, leaving the world shrouded in darkness. The only source of light was our makeshift lamp, the flashlight topped with the water bottle. The only sound breaking the silence was the relentless roar of the storm outside. It felt like, it's like, we're the only ones left in the world. Yeah. It felt as if we'd been completely cut off, just the two of us. I hesitated before replying, only because I was thinking the exact same thing. And I knew. She must have been feeling the same way, too. But, yeah. So we didn't say much else, just exchanged small smiles. Because if we truly were the only two left in the world, as long as Yuika was with me, I wouldn't feel scared at all. The next morning. It was Saturday, so we didn't have to worry about rain during the commute, but, wow, it's such a clear, sunny day today. Yeah, classic typhoon aftermath. The two of us looked up at the cloudless, bright blue sky from the balcony. Glad the power came back on last night, right? Big thanks to the power company workers for that. Electricity had been restored just before we went to bed. We exchanged relieved smiles when it happened, but I think both of us felt a tinge of disappointment as well. Still, it's gonna be a hot day. Honestly, it's already pretty warm. I picked up the air conditioner remote with a wry smile and switched it to cooling mode. Or tried to. No matter how many times I pressed the power button, the air conditioner didn't respond. The remote screen was working, so it wasn't a dead battery issue. Let's try operating it directly. With a growing sense of unease, I pressed the switch on the unit itself. Still, there was no reaction. Man. Maybe the power outage caused some kind of overload. Looks like it. The unit had been working fine before the blackout, so it seemed like the outage was the trigger. Guess we're going without the air conditioner for a while. That's gonna be rough. For the record, the air conditioners in our individual rooms were still functional. Logically, we could just spend time in our own rooms. But neither of us mentioned that option. Somehow, spending time alone felt less comfortable than being together. That said, if we suggested hanging out in one of our rooms, it might lead to complications. Not that we'd do anything, but the mere possibility of being in a room with a bed made things feel a bit awkward. So, without saying it outright, we both understood we'd stick to the living room. For now, that was the perfect middle ground. Anyway, yeah, we exchanged mischievous grins. A few minutes later. So spicy. This definitely lives up to its extra spicy label. For breakfast, we'd decided to challenge ourselves with extra spicy instant noodles. Haha, Shukuen, you're drenched in sweat. You're not much better, Yuika. At this point, I can't tell if it's from the heat or the spice. The combination of the summer heat and the spiciness had us both sweating buckets. Our logic was simple. If we were going to sweat anyway, might as well go all out. Even the heat became something fun when I was with Yuika. And thanks to all the sweat, even the lukewarm breeze blowing in from outside felt refreshing. Thanks for the meal. In unison, we clasped our hands after finishing our spicy breakfast. Phew, sweating this much feels great, right? Yeah. But we'll need to shower after this to avoid catching a cold. Taking a shower now would feel so good. For the record, Yuika had taken precautions since early in the summer. After an incident where her sweat-soaked shirt became see-through, she'd started wearing shirts made of non-transparent material. I appreciated it. 2 less awkward moments for me. That said, today's outfit, probably to combat the heat, was a short t-shirt paired with hot pants, making it one of her most casual looks yet. Her exposed, healthy-looking thighs. No. I've seen her in a swimsuit before. There's no way something like this could throw me off now. Right. Still. Phew. Doing this makes it a little cooler. Yuika was flapping the already short hem of her shirt, revealing glimpses of her belly. Not that it was anything I hadn't seen before. Her swimsuit left way more exposed, but as I thought about it. Foo. Yuika grinned mischievously. Wanna look? What? She boldly lifted her shirt, fully revealing her belly. Oh, this actually feels pretty cool. That's inappropriate, stop it. Foo, you sound like grandma. Even though I'd seen much more at the beach, the more modest exposure now only seemed to draw my eyes even more. Shukuen, are you a belly button guy? That's kinda naughty, isn't it? That's not. It's not like that. Yuika was clearly in full teasing mode when suddenly, eek. She let out a startled scream and jumped. What's wrong? Something crawled onto my back. No, it's gotta be a spider, isn't it? Apparently, that's what had happened. Shukuen, get it off, get it off, get it off. Me. The unexpected demand left me momentarily stunned. I can't see back there myself, and I can't touch a spider. Please, Shukuen, hurry. Okay. There was so much I wanted to say, but for now, rescuing the teary-eyed Yuika took priority. All right, I'll just take a quick look, okay? I cautiously moved behind her and pulled the collar of her shirt open to peek inside, but you won't see anything like that. Yuika grabbed the collar herself and yanked it open wide, giving me a much clearer view than I'd anticipated. My eyes couldn't help but drift to the faint outline of her bra strap. See? It's right there, near the strap. Right there. Sure enough, I spotted a tiny spider wriggling around. I reached out to grab it carefully, but as my fingers brushed her back, NNH. Yuika flinched hard, and I quickly withdrew my hand to avoid any accidental incidents. Could you try not to move so much? Sorry. I realized the other day at the beach my back might be kinda sensitive. Is this information I'm even supposed to know? Eek. Now it's going down to my butt. Get it, Shukuen, hurry. Wait, hold on. There's no way I can just stick my hand into your shorts, that's way too inappropriate. And don't start taking them off either. Oh, there it is, it came out. I can grab it now without you needing to strip. What? Oh. It is a spider. Get it, get it, get it. Got it. Whoa, now it's in my shirt. Get out of there, you little. Okay, I got it. It's outside now, you're safe. After a chaotic few minutes, I finally managed to release the spider outdoors. Phew. Thanks, Shukuen. Don't mention it. Both of us were left a bit exhausted from the ordeal. Between the heat and all the commotion, it had been a lot. As we sat there catching our breath, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong. We both headed to the door together. There was no real reason for both of us to go, but our judgment was clearly impaired. Yes. Impaired judgment. When we opened the door, good morning. Oh. Standing there was Canon, wearing a breezy white dress and holding a watermelon. Her cheerful greeting trailed off as her eyes scanned us. Then, a mischievous smile spread across her face. Well, I'll just excuse myself now. She shut the door herself and left. Yuika and I exchanged puzzled glances. Oh no. It hit us. The state we were in, sweaty, disheveled clothes, slightly out of breath, could easily be misunderstood as, well, something else. We hurriedly opened the door and called after her. Canon-chan, wait. You've got it all wrong. It's not what it looks like. Canon stopped and turned back to us, still wearing that knowing smile. No, it's my fault for showing up unannounced. I'll come back this afternoon. Oh, but wait. If it's been going on since morning, does that mean you're planning to spend the whole day together? Got it. I'll come another day. Stop jumping to conclusions. There's no need to reschedule. And please don't act like a considerate little sister in this context, it's too much. After that, we had to spend quite a while explaining the situation to Canon. Section. Well, I knew from the start, you know? After listening to our explanation, Canon laughed it off casually. Of course she did. She knows that we're not, well, that kind of relationship. It's because you two aren't the type to move things along so easily that it makes it more rewarding. She muttered something under her breath with a mischievous grin, but I had no idea what she was talking about. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Suddenly, Canon's expression lit up as if she'd just remembered something important. Good morning, Oni-san. And with that, Canon flung herself onto Shukuen in a hug. Morning, Canon-chan. Shukuen, who used to accept these displays of affection from his sister-in-law without a second thought, now looked a little conflicted, knowing how Canon felt about him. But seriously, Canon, is this like some mandatory greeting ritual for you? What? Well, greetings are important, even between close people, right? That's technically correct, but that's not what I meant. Canon ignored the point I was trying to make, maintaining her innocent expression. Then she sniffed the air with a little sniff-sniff sound. Oni-san, you're all sweaty and smelly. Well, yeah, I'm drenched in sweat. So, could you not stick so close? I think sweaty Oni-san smells kinda nice, though. That's absolutely not true. But it is. Ah, what is she doing? She's sniffing Shukuen's scent that close. Even I only sneak little whiffs secretly. What is this? Well then, good morning to you too, Nei-san. Wait. I'm all sweaty too, so don't get too close. Even though she's my little sister, there's no way I'm letting her smell me like this. Driven by my maidenly pride, I pressed on Canon's shoulders, firmly refusing her approach. But then, right now, my body is covered in Oni-san's sweat. What? Her whisper sent a jolt through me. I hadn't thought of that. My hesitation lasted only a moment. Well, greetings are important, after all. Morning, Canon. I leaned forward and hugged her myself. Shukuen gave me a puzzled look, clearly not understanding my sudden change of heart. But I had other priorities, my sense of smell. The first scent was Canon's usual refreshing summer body mist. Beneath that was something familiar and comforting, much like my own scent. Mixed in, though, was something more masculine. It was subtle yet stimulating, calming yet oddly exciting. Foo-foo. It's sweaty. Nihihi. Canon smirked at me as if she'd seen through my composure. Nei-san smells like a woman, doesn't she? Couldn't you have phrased that differently? I can't deny I feel a bit like a woman on the inside right now, but still. Oh, don't worry, Oni-san. By womanly smell, I mean a sweet, feminine scent. Haha. I know. Wait, what? Hohan. Canon's eyes seemed to gleam mischievously. Oni-san knows what Nei-san smells like, right? I see. Wait, it's not like that, okay? I mean, since we live together, there are times when I catch a faint whiff as we pass by or something. Shukuen hastily tried to explain, but at that moment, Foo-foo-foon. Canon's eyes sparkled again, or so it seemed. So, Oni-san thinks Nei-san's scent is a good smell, right? I knew it. She said it out loud. No, that's not. Oh, so it's not. Does that mean you think Nei-san's smell is bad? Absolutely not. Shukuen denied it immediately, but still, Canon, why are you asking that? And seriously, who wouldn't deny such a question regardless of their real feelings? So which is it, Oni-san? Do you like Nei-san's scent, or do you not like it? Do I really have to answer this? Of course. Nei-san would want to know, wouldn't she? Well, yes. I would appreciate your honest opinion. If Shukuen ever really thought I smelled bad, I wouldn't be able to go on living. No, scratch that. I'll live on until the day I can spend my life with him. If that's the case, I'll shower every hour. I'll do everything I can to change my body's natural scent. After this, I'll visit a dermatologist and get professional advice. And, do you like it, or do you not? Canon repeated her question, her persistence unwavering. Shukuen's conflicted expression eventually shifted into one of resignation. I like it. Thank goodness. That's definitely the face he makes when he's telling the truth. Oh, what's it like, exactly? What's it like? If you can't give specific feedback, how do we know it's real? Well, it's, how do I say it? It's gentle and soft. There's this sweetness and freshness to it, like it's calming but also makes me a little restless. But that feeling is nice in its own way. So, yeah, something like that. Haha. So that's how it is. While Shukuen blushed bright red, Canon poked his cheeks with her finger, grinning mischievously. Sure, a flustered Shukuen is adorable, but still. Nei-san, isn't that great? I didn't need to know all that. I couldn't stop myself from blushing as I covered my face with my hands. The fact that Shukuen thinks of my scent that way, it makes me so happy. but it's also incredibly embarrassing. Oh, by the way, Nei-san totally loves Oni-san's scent too. I never said that. Oh, right. You didn't say it, did you? Well, it's true, and I did enjoy it earlier, but still. Oh, speaking of which, Canon-chan, did you bring that for us? Shukuin pointed to the watermelon Canon was holding, skillfully shifting the conversation. Yes, I did. Canon easily followed along. Grandma told me we got so many of these, it'd be a waste to let them rot, so bring some over to Yuika's place. Wow, you're really good at mimicking her. Oh, and by the way, she said this after hearing from me about the broken AC. I think it was her way of saying, this should help you cool off a bit. Canon-chan, you're really close with your grandma, aren't you? Well, Nei-san's just overly cautious because of past events. Honestly, if you interact with her normally, she's just a little sharp-tongued and tsundere. No big deal. That's also not entirely great, but okay. I couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Well then, I'll cut this up right away. Canon, you'll stay to eat, right? Nah, we've got so many back at home, it's ridiculous. Plus, being here in this heat with no AC? That's a hard pass. Ah. Yeah, I get that. Hearing that, I couldn't bring myself to insist. And besides, Canon smirked mischievously, clearly plotting something. What now? Well, I think it's fine for the three of us to hang out someday, but today? I bet you two want to continue what you were doing earlier, don't you? Canon, don't start with the weird misunderstandings again. Ha! What misunderstandings? I just meant that dessert is the perfect follow-up to ramen. Nei-san, are you the one thinking weird things? Goo. As I thought, Nei-san's such a prude. Stop saying weird stuff in front of Shukuin. Is it fine as long as it's not in front of Onii-san? Well, maybe. Because it's true. It's just a cute little joke between sisters. Honestly, what am I going to do if Shukuin misunderstands something because of this? Not that there's anything to misunderstand. Well then, since I've fulfilled my daily quota of teasing Nei-san, I'll head home. That quota needs to be abolished immediately. Oh, wait. Just as Canon turned to leave, she seemed to remember something and approached Shukuin again. A goodbye kiss. Mead. She puckered her lips, but Shukuin quickly pressed his hand over her mouth. Nope. I told you that's off limits. Even for a goodbye kiss. Even for a goodbye kiss. Shukuin calmly but firmly refused her, leaving Canon to pout. Compared to when I'd brought up the idea of a goodnight kiss before, he seemed a lot less flustered now. Does that mean Shukuin has matured since then? Or was it because I was the one who asked that time? Fufu, just kidding. Section. After Canon-chan left, some time later, it's so sweet and delicious. As expected, she brought us the good stuff. Yuika had sliced the watermelon Canon brought, and we were both happily digging in. Following her suggestion of eating it by the window to enjoy the view of the bright blue sky, we had spread cushions there to sit. I had to admit, it did make the whole experience feel more refreshing. And I think it's starting to feel a little cooler too. Watermelon contains an amino acid called citrulline, which helps widen blood vessels on the skin's surface, improving circulation and releasing heat. Wow, is that true? Maybe that's why. Well, I don't think it works that quickly. It's probably just because we're eating something cold. Canon-chan made sure to bring it perfectly chilled. After having something hot and spicy, finishing with something cold and sweet is a golden combo. Who knew we'd end up doing that by accident? We owe our thanks to Canon-chan and Grandma for their thoughtfulness. That's true. Though she chuckled wryly, Yuika nodded sincerely. Thank you for the meal. In unison, we clasped our hands together for what was already our second thank you of the morning. Phew, I'm stuffed. Yeah, I don't think I can eat another bite. Both of us flopped onto the floor with an air of satisfaction, though it might have been a bit impolite. Between the ramen and the watermelon, which Yuika had insisted on cutting into 8 large slices, we were so full that even sitting upright had started to feel uncomfortable. The wind feels nice now, doesn't it? Yuika squinted contentedly as the slightly warm breeze blew in from outside. You know, we really should have bought a fan after all. Right. We skipped it because we figured the AC would be enough, but times like these prove how handy they'd be. Should we go buy one now? Chem. When's the AC getting repaired again? The day after tomorrow. In that case, maybe we can wait until next year. We could use a fan with the AC, too, so it wouldn't go to waste. True, but... Lying on her back, Yuika gazed up at the sky through the screen door. Days this hot won't last much longer, will they? Her eyes seemed a little wistful, and I couldn't help but wonder if it was because she loved summer, or perhaps because this summer had been so incredibly enjoyable. For me, too, the thought of summer ending felt uncharacteristically sentimental. Until last year, I would have been relieved, thinking it was the end of an annoying season. But now, well, when autumn comes, we can go see the fall leaves. Yeah, let's make it a picnic and bring lunch. Good idea. We could go to the mountains near my family's home again. Oh, and this time, I want to try river fishing. After trying it during the trip, I think I might be hooked. Then we'll stop by home and borrow some fishing rods. We should try fishing in the ocean again too. In that case, we could explore the nearby coast. The question is whether we go rock fishing or boat fishing. Foo-foo. Isn't the answer obvious? Oh, which would you prefer? Both, of course. Ha, fair enough. Even after summer ends, we were certain, together, we could enjoy any season just as much. Ah, a slight touch of hands. And then, slowly, fingers intertwined. Autumn means chestnut gathering too, doesn't it? Why yeah, that sounds great. And when we get back, we can make chestnut rice with lots of chestnut. I'm already looking forward to it. Yuika spoke nonchalantly, her eyes meeting mine as though nothing were out of the ordinary. I couldn't look away, and with a cautious, gentle grip, I squeezed her hand in return. Since coming back from the honeymoon, this hand-holding had been added to Yuika's repertoire of casual touches. This wasn't the first time, but no matter how many times it happened, it always left me strangely on edge. I mean, this is totally normal for friends, right? Girls hold hands with their friends casually all the time, don't they? This is just an extension of that. Probably. Foo-foo. Yuika's smile deepened. The happiness, the tenderness in that smile, its true meaning still eluded me. Section. No matter how many times we hold hands, it always feels just as thrilling, no, even more so than the time before. Back when we were kids, Shukuen's hands were as small and soft as mine, chubby and adorably innocent. But now, they're rough and strong, the hands of a dependable man. Every touch, every time our fingers intertwine, fills my heart with a fresh wave of excitement. And with each moment, I'm reminded, deep in my soul. Ah, I really do love him. Chapter 2. Summer still isn't over. Day 2 of the air conditioner breakdown. It's still pretty cool at this time of day, right? The breeze feels nice, too. And eating outside somehow makes everything more exciting. Yeah, it kind of makes the food taste better than usual. We had carried a small table and chairs out onto the balcony and were having breakfast there. This was Yuika's idea, our very own terrace seating. Today's breakfast was croissants, scrambled eggs, and salad, giving off a cozy cafe vibe. The crisp morning breeze felt refreshing. Oh, I just thought of something. Suddenly, Yuika's face lit up with another one of her ideas. Wouldn't it feel amazing to take a nap in a hammock out here? Oh yeah, that'd definitely feel like camping or something, right? Totally, totally. Honestly, Yuika's ability to turn any situation into something fun never fails to amaze me. Hee hee. As I was thinking that, Yuika gave me a mischievous grin, the kind she always wears when she's plotting something. What if we napped together in the same hammock? We will not be doing that. The reason my denial was a split second late wasn't just because I imagined the scene, it was also because it reminded me of the accident during our last trip, where we ended up spending the night together in the same bed. Oh, too bad, she said, looking completely unfazed. Meanwhile, just thinking about that night still makes me feel nervous. Anyway. But honestly, it might get too hot to be outside by noon. Yeah, that's true. I brought it up partly to change the awkward atmosphere, and Yuika tilted her head thoughtfully. Then, she looked up at the bright, cloudless sky. It's such a nice day, though. Well, at least the laundry will dry super fast. Hot days are great for that. You can run the washing machine as many times as you want. Exactly. It'd feel like a waste not to hang out as much laundry as possible. Totally. I'll even hang out the futons today. Good idea. I'll do the same with mine later. As we exchanged this kind of trivial conversation, my awkwardness gradually faded. Thanks for the meal. We finished our slightly refreshing breakfast and clapped our hands together in gratitude. At that exact moment, the doorbell rang. Oh, I'll get it. It's probably the package I ordered. Got it. I'll clean up here. Thanks, I'll leave it to you. Yuika headed back inside, and I folded up the table and chairs, bringing them into the living room. Just as I put everything back in place, Yuika returned, carrying a cardboard box. Yup, it was the package I ordered. What did you get? Tardie. She opened the box, revealing yarn. Yep. I thought I'd get started preparing for winter. Humming cheerfully, Yuika began taking the yarn out of the box. You know how to knit. Hee hee. Oh, that's quite the confident look she's got. Do you remember that cardigan I used to wear on chilly spring days? Of course. The pinkish one, right? Exactly. Actually, that was hand knit. By me. Wait, really? I couldn't hide my surprise. I had assumed it was store-bought, and even thinking back now, it was as good as, if not better than, something you'd find in a shop. Thinking about how mischievous Yuika used to be, I could only imagine her getting bored and giving up on knitting after a few minutes. But now, I could totally see her sticking with it. Yeah, you're good with your hands, and you're the type who's great at doing things little by little every day. Yup, like finishing daily quests in mobile games, right? She was joking, of course, but the image of her calmly knitting felt oddly fitting. Section. I started knitting on a whim, thinking, why not give it a try when I have some free time? But it ended up being surprisingly addictive. For the record, that's a lie. I mean, admitting that I've been practicing just because I wanted someone I like to wear something I made with my own hands, doesn't that sound a little too intense? But all that effort is finally about to pay off or, well, not just yet. So, Shukuin, can I take your measurements? I asked in a casual tone, but inside, my heart was pounding just a little. You're going to knit something for me? Of course. How about a sweater for starters? If I start working on it little by little now, I should be able to finish it just in time for winter. Thanks, I'd really like that. I had been a bit worried that giving someone handmade clothes might make me come off as a little too clingy, but seeing Shukuin's genuinely happy expression was such a relief. He actually looks thrilled. All right, lift your arms. Following my instructions, Shukuin raised his arms parallel to the ground as I picked up a measuring tape. Starting with his neck, then his shoulders, chest, and stomach, I worked my way through the measurements. As I pressed the measuring tape against each part of his body, I couldn't help but silently giggle to myself. So this is what Shukuin's body measurements are like. It felt like I had just learned something new about him, and that thought alone made me smile inwardly. But I wasn't satisfied yet, not just yet. The real part of my plan starts now. Section. While Yuika measured me, I did my best to stay still and keep my posture steady. All done. Measurements complete. Having apparently finished, Yuika nodded with satisfaction. Okay, now it's your turn to measure me. She handed me the measuring tape, and wait, what? If I didn't mishear just now. Wait, you want me to measure you? Well, it's hard to measure yourself, isn't it? That might be true, but... So I didn't mishear her after all. Honestly, I'd kind of hoped I had, because... Well, is this even okay? In all sorts of ways. Just do it like I did for you, okay? That said, Yuika herself looked completely unfazed. If I overreacted, it'd probably seem like I was thinking weird thoughts, which wouldn't be a good look either. Not that I wasn't thinking anything weird, mind you. Fine. Reluctantly, I took the measuring tape. First, I gently wrapped it around Yuika's neck, memorizing the number. Next, her shoulder width. And then... shouldn't you handle the rest yourself? It's exactly the rest that's hard to do on your own, you know? I mean, that's true. Next, measure my bust, please, she said cheerfully, grinning with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Ah, I see. She's enjoying watching me squirm, isn't she? Well then, I'll just stay calm and sorry. Did I touch somewhere weird? The moment I pressed the tape measure against Yuika's chest, she let out a strange, sultry sound, making me jump back and raise my hands in alarm. Oh, no, it's fine. It just tickled a little when it brushed against me. Can something really be that ticklish from just a little touch of the measuring tape? Well, I'm not wearing a bra right now. What, you're not? Wait, hang on. Does that mean I just touched Yuika's chest, with only a thin t-shirt between us, even if it was with the measuring tape? It's hot, you know. Alright. That makes sense, I guess. I couldn't exactly argue with her reasoning. After all, only Yuika could understand Yuika's own circumstances. So there's no problem. Go ahead and try again. There are so many problems with this. What's wrong? She asked, tilting her head innocently. Well, strictly speaking, there's nothing unnatural about measuring your friend, but still. Fine. I'll measure you. Okay. What's the number? E80. Wait. Is this even information I'm supposed to know? Section. Struggling to suppress his obvious discomfort, Shukuen hesitated as he confirmed my bust size. Oh, I see. It hasn't changed since the last time I measured. I see, he replied, his voice thick with awkwardness. Seeing his reaction, I leaned in close to his ear and whispered softly. It's still your favorite size, isn't it? I suppose so, he mumbled, sounding even more uneasy than before. Thanks to Canon's earlier interrogation, I already knew Shukuen preferred a bust size about the same as mine. It seemed like a little variation wouldn't be an issue, but I had to make sure to keep it just the way he liked it. But anyway, I completely forgot I wasn't wearing a bra right now. I couldn't back out, so I kept pretending I was fine. But honestly, wasn't this kind of a big deal? Shukuen's hand, hovering so close to my chest with just a single t-shirt between us, made my heart race like crazy. Well, technically, he didn't even graze me with a finger. But he's a boy, you know? If his hand had accidentally slipped, I wouldn't have minded one bit. Okay, next is my waist. Understood. The ordeal of the bust measurement, by far the most nerve-wracking part, was over. As Shukuen continued measuring my waist with stiff, robotic movements, I couldn't help but enjoy watching him squirm. BZZZ, BZZZ. Oh, my phone's buzzing. Pchem. I think mine just vibrated too. Hearing the faint sound of vibrations, I picked up my phone from the table. Shukuen, almost in sync with me, did the same. It was a message from Tokuhoshi-san. Section. Even though we were already starting to think ahead to autumn, or even winter, summer isn't over yet, and we won't let it end. I hereby declare the start of the Let's Enjoy the Pool to the Fullest festival. Woohoo! Woohoo! At the moment, we all raised our hands in unison under Tokuhoshi-san's enthusiastic declaration. Earlier, Tokuhoshi-san had invited us, saying, I found this amazing pool while browsing online. The highlight is the water slide, and apparently, it's famous for being so intense that it's a miracle no one's ever gotten hurt on it. Let's go check it out. She had a point. I'd been acting like summer was already over, but it's still hot, and we should make the most of it while we can. Yuika-san, that swimsuit is adorable. Thank you. For today's outing, Yuika wasn't wearing the daring black bikini from our honeymoon. Instead, she'd gone for a high-neck bikini with flared detailing and a matching bikini skirt. But you know, I think you'd look great in something even bolder. Hee, thanks. But this time, I didn't feel like showing too much skin. Oh, I get that. Tokuhoshi-san nodded enthusiastically, despite her own choice of a fairly revealing yellow bandeau bikini. For anyone except someone special. Right. As she spoke, Yuika gave me a fleeting, meaningful glance. The reason Yuika wasn't wearing her previous swimsuit today might have something to do with me saying, I don't want anyone else to see you like that during our trip. Or maybe I'm overthinking it, and she just felt like wearing something different today. Who knows? Either way, today's swimsuit suited her perfectly, and I could feel eyes on me from all around, probably because I was standing next to her. Though, to be fair, Yuika wasn't the only reason we were drawing attention today. Takahashi-san, with her vibrant and healthy charm, was undeniably cute, too. Summer wouldn't be complete without getting to see a girl in a swimsuit at least once, am I right? And then there was Ita. Despite his questionable comments, his good looks and insanely well-toned physique, seriously, it's almost intimidating, were definitely grabbing people's attention as well. So far, it was just the usual group of familiar faces. But then, Onii-san, is something wrong? Oh, have you been captivated by your little sister in a swimsuit? Hee hee. If it's you, brother, feel free to stare as much as you like. Well. Kazua, my little sister, struck a smug pose in front of me, clearly expecting a reaction. Her choice of outfit? A school swimsuit. It was certainly eye-catching, in its own way. Our school's official swimsuit isn't something that old-fashioned. Where did you even get that? I thought it might be to your liking, brother. And as you can see, it's the classic design. Yeah. Wait, what? Yuika, I swear, this is a misunderstanding. Oh, so this time it's a misunderstanding? Does that mean the maid outfit from last time wasn't? That was just a figure of speech. More importantly, Ita looked at me with suspicion, but I forcefully ended the conversation. And then, why is Canon-chan? No, Canon-san here. I directed my delayed question at Canon-chan. When we gathered after changing, Canon-chan was just naturally part of the group. I was so surprised that by the time Takahashi-san started giving orders, I missed the chance to ask. I just had to come. Yes, of course, I invited her. Canon-chan responded nonchalantly, while Takahashi-san struck a crisp salute. Oh, so it was through Yui. Karasuma, then? No, I didn't know Canon was coming either. When I walked into the changing room, she was just there. It surprised me. So this is another one of Takahashi-san's surprises, like when Kazua showed up during the last trip. Even so, then, how did you exchange contact information? The other day in class, the two hadn't interacted. Oh, I see, it's possible Kazua gave her the contact info. They've probably exchanged numbers at least. I happened to see her in town yesterday, so we swapped contact info. No way. In a situation where you'd hesitate even to approach a classmate you barely talk to, she asked for the number of someone she's only met once and is a friend's sister on top of that. Is there no limit to her social skills? Hina-senpai, thank you for inviting me. I'm so happy to be going to the pool with Shuichi-senpai and Canon-chan. I really wish she'd stop clinging to my arm in her swimsuit every single time. People are watching. Not that it would be okay if they weren't. Samurai, unless you remove that excess fat from your favorite, I'll cut you down immediately. This is just friendly skinship. Don't use standards from the country of shameless people. You're ruining this god-tier art by squashing it with subpar weight. Squashing? Squash. Squashed. My arm is. It's being squashed against her chest. Is such a phenomenon even possible? Oh no. The laws of the universe are breaking. Haha, One Leaf-chan, your impression of a cat gazing into space is spot on. It seemed like Kazua was about to reprimand Canon-chan, but then her mind glitched partway through. Wait. Samurai? Is that supposed to be a nickname? It doesn't really match Canon-chan's image. Well, nicknames are often like that, though. One Leaf-chan? Oh, I see. You're leaning into the returnee character who speaks in English all the time. In that case, feel free to call me Sun Vegetable. No, Hina-senpai. One Leaf is my sole name. Also, for the kanji, greens would be a more appropriate translation. Anyway, it looked like Kazua recovered quickly. Hey, Canon-chan. Won't you show me the same kind of affection? Ita, pointing at himself with a casual tone, was probably trying to help by drawing Canon-chan away. I think. Surely, it wasn't purely for his own selfish reasons. Or at least I want to believe that. Sorry, Ita-senpai. Shuichi-senpai told me, don't do stuff like that with other guys. Shu-chan. Well, I did say something along those lines. To be precise, I only meant that it might give people around us the wrong idea or make the other person misunderstand. Doing that kind of thing with guys isn't really appropriate. Of course, I'd never think that way about my own sister-in-law, but still. What? Wait, could it be that you two are already dating? Hina-senpai, that interpretation is my one and only landmine, and it's an impossible scenario. Please don't say it out loud, my brain will implode. Tokuhoshi-san, watching our interaction, was about to voice her suspicion but was cut off by an unusually rapid-fire response from Kazua. Her eyes looked slightly bloodshot. Was she okay? Though, setting that aside for now. Sorry. Can I have a moment to talk with Canon-san alone? Yes, of course. When I asked the group, Tokuhoshi-san eagerly nodded. Yuika and Ita also nodded, albeit with wry smiles. As for Kazua, well, she nodded too, but she was biting her lip and glaring wide-eyed like she was about to cry blood. What kind of emotions were those? Anyway, while Tokuhoshi-san's misunderstanding might escalate further, no, it probably will, I decided it was better to address things sooner rather than later. Alright then, Shuichi-senpai, let's go. Ah. Yeah. With Canon-chan still clinging to my arm, I was pulled along as we moved to a secluded spot out of sight. Now that you've brought me somewhere like this, I wonder what kind of naughty things you're planning to do to me. If anyone brought someone here, it's more like you brought me. Still, this wasn't the time for joking around. Canon-chan. I tried my best to keep a serious expression. I'm sorry. Then, I bowed deeply. When you confessed to me during the trip, I thought you were joking. Well, that's how most people would take it, right? Can't really blame you. Canon-chan's demeanor was surprisingly light-hearted. I raised my head and met her eyes. Now, I know you meant it. Thank you. Canon-chan's expression became a bit more serious as well. And because of that. That's precisely why. I'm sorry. Once again, I bowed deeply, putting all the sincerity I could muster into my words. Section. With utmost sincerity, my brother-in-law bowed his head. I can't return your feelings. As I expected, those were the words he chose. To that, I replied. That's fine by me. Ha! When I responded plainly, my brother-in-law raised his head with a puzzled expression. Actually, I prefer it that way. What? When I added that, his brows furrowed, looking even more confused. This god-tier system that lets me experience my favorite pairing's love firsthand every time I get rejected. Isn't it the best? Hee hee. Oops, I need to keep my face in check. I'm not like my sister, I won't let it show. Now then, let's properly continue my response to his earlier words. No matter what you say, my feelings won't change. Because this was a first love. I started knowing full well how my brother-in-law felt. There's no turning back now. Me continuing to like you is my freedom, right? Well, I suppose that's true. He scratched his cheek, looking troubled. Honestly, I'm happy that you feel that strongly about me. Oh, a dear moment incoming. But no matter how strongly you feel, I won't be able to return those feelings. Yep, knew that was coming. That's because. Alright, time for a little progress check. It's because you're married to my sister, right? For a moment, my brother-in-law started to nod but then stopped. No. After a moment of thought, he shook his head. It's because. And then. I love you, Ika. He said it clearly, without hesitation. Hee hee. Nice. Even if it's just to reject me, he's finally able to say it out loud. That's great. I'll cheer you on with my sister. Ha! Oh, thanks. Wait, what? My brother-in-law tilted his head, his expression saying, am I misunderstanding something? I told you from the start, right? I have no intention of getting in your way. Ah. Yeah, now that you mention it, you did say something like that. But wasn't that just about not disrupting the trip? Seeing my beloved sister and someone I love get together is the best thing ever. Is it? Wait, is it really? It is. I bulldozed over his doubts with sheer enthusiasm. So, you can pursue my sister, and I'll pursue you. That's how love works, right? You don't have the right to stop me from acting on my feelings. I lowered my gaze slightly, looking up at him. Because while you and my sister are married, you're not lovers, right? That's... He fell silent. This shared weak spot between the two of them is a real lifesaver for me. See? I closed the distance between us. You don't have the right to stop this. As I said that, I wrapped myself around his arm again. Well, that's true. Wait, hold on. Isn't there a terrible downside here? Like the girl I love misunderstanding that I'm flirting with her sister. Don't worry, just keep treating me like a little sister like you always have, and it'll be fine. Will that really make it fine? It will. I mean, my sister doesn't suspect anything so far, right? Of course Yui trusts me, but... Wait, so this is the optimal solution? Technically, everything fits neatly. No, really? Is this seriously the correct answer? It is. Anyway, we should head back soon. Hina-senpai might actually think we were doing something naughty. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? Still clearly confused, my brother-in-law let me pull him along as we returned to the others. By the way, everything I told him just now, that was my honest, unfiltered truth. Not that I told him everything, of course. Even I know that I'm in love with the idea of love. I understand this feeling will fade someday if left alone. But still, this is a crush that's been simmering for 10 years, you know? Can't I have a little fun with it? A chance to enjoy the feeling of making a move on someone I like? Even getting coldly rejected is part of the thrill of love. And besides, the human heart is fickle, isn't it? Unlike my sister's 10-year-long relationship, my brother-in-law only recently realized his feelings. Honestly, I don't think I'm any less charming as a woman than my sister. Not that I think I'm better, either, of course. But my brother-in-law's only known me for a few days. If I keep showing him how amazing I am, there's a chance, just maybe, I could be his second choice, don't you think? Section. The plan was to convince Canon-chan, but somehow, I ended up being encouraged about Yui instead. Or maybe, I was the one who got persuaded. As we returned to the group, "Welcome back," Takahashi-san greeted us, leaning forward eagerly, her excitement plain to see. So, how did it go? Any progress? Did you move forward? Backward? Or maybe, took a break for now? Why does this feel like she's asking about moves on a board game? Well, there's no end to the rabbit hole if I start nitpicking Takahashi-san's remarks. It wasn't really that kind of talk. Perfect. We moved forward 6 spaces. Oh, 6 spaces, you say. Canon-chan seems to sync with Takahashi-san on a strange wavelength, doesn't she? Your Honor, the defendant is highly likely to have given false testimony. As the defense attorney for my brother, I demand the submission of evidence. Request granted. Defendant Canon-chan, do you have any evidence to present? If I must. Then how about this red string of fate, firmly tied to my pinky and connected to Shuichi-senpai? Smooch. Oh. Even if you kiss your pinky so dramatically, there isn't the slightest hint of a red string visible. Your Honor, the defendant might be hallucinating. Clearly, her earlier testimony is entirely unreliable. Let's lock her up for about 20 years. Not guilty. Your Honor, why? There's no proof she's lying. The benefit of the doubt goes to the defendant. A fair decision by a proper judge. Wait a second. Kazua is on the same wavelength as Takahashi-san too. Canon-chan aside, Kazua's personality is completely different. What do these 3 have in common? I don't get it, but it's nice that they get along. Yeah, it's a good thing. By the way, Canon-chan kissing her pinky was a reenactment of Will You Be at the end of the red string. That original story One Leaf-chan posted before. Didn't you notice? Of course, I noticed and deliberately ignored it. And why didn't you notice that I was blushing and trembling just now? Or, wait, did you realize and still bring it up? Your Honor, yeah, this is humiliation. The defendant is guilty of humiliating her defense attorney. I demand the maximum penalty. But One Leaf-chan, you said your account was open, didn't you? It's not really something to be embarrassed about, right? Do you know how many years ago I wrote that story? And besides, I posted it on my private account, the locked one. Oh, did you? My bad, my bad. Watching their back and forth, I couldn't help but think. Kazua, I'm glad you've found a new friend you can be honest with. Hey, Narumi-kun, are you saying that because your love for your sister has clouded your vision, or are you just escaping reality? Which is it? Yuika shot me a deadpan look as I spoke with heartfelt sentiment. So. Then, she subtly stepped closer, lowering her voice. What really happened? Your talk with Canon. As the group's attention stayed on the lively exchange between Kazua and Canon-chan, Yuika quietly asked me. Well, to sum it up, the status quo? That's probably the conclusion for now. Well, that's fine, I guess. As long as things didn't get messier. She didn't press for more details, simply saying that before stepping back again. It's not that she isn't interested, but maybe she's trying to avoid interfering in her sister's and her friend's romantic affairs. If that's the case, it's so thoughtful that it makes my chest ache a little. Section. Yes. If it's status quo, then this is practically my overwhelming victory. Right. The worst case scenario, no, I know it's not going to happen, it's definitely not going to happen, okay? But as a possibility, just hypothetically speaking, kind-hearted Shukuen might be swayed by Canon's unwavering feelings and accept being her second choice. A minuscule chance, a subatomic level possibility. That doesn't actually exist. Still, I can't help but let my imagination wander to an impossible parallel world. If that were to happen, even then, I think Shukuen would still think of me as his number one. But that's because I'm his best friend and his wife in name only. Thinking about who would be his true number one as a lover. Even though it's an impossible fantasy, the thought pierced my chest with a sharp pain. Section. After that, we all played to our heart's content. We raced in the lap pool, with Yuika and me going full throttle, challenged the highest diving platform, just Yuika and me, and had an intense beach volleyball match in the pool, primarily between Yuika and me. Thankfully, since the water reached up to our chests this time, there were no issues with any excessive movements. When we started getting tired, we all relaxed by floating in the lazy river on inflatable rings, letting the current carry us along. And now, yay, wait, isn't this slower than I expected? Whoa, a speed like this won't faze me, Kono Kazua. Okay, maybe this is a bit much. With those ominous words trailing off, we watched Ita and Kazua disappear down the water slide, riding a large inflatable ring together. So, are you sure it's okay for Karasuma-san and me to go next? I asked everyone, hesitating as my turn approached. I don't mind at all. The person I was most concerned about, Yuika, immediately nodded in agreement. Yuika? Do you understand what this means? Sharing one inflatable ring, even in swimsuits, means there's going to be an absurd amount of close contact. And honestly, I'm not sure I have the confidence to hold on to you from behind without losing my composure. Oh wait, if Yuika takes the back, that could be even worse for multiple reasons. Geez, Shuichi-senpai, we decided this by rock paper scissors, so no complaining now, okay? Well, that's true, but if Karasuma-san is fine with it, we could switch partners. I don't mind going with you instead, Yuika, Haina Tokuhoshi offered, likely trying to be considerate toward Canon-chan. To be honest, I appreciated Haina's suggestion. Of course, I wanted to enjoy this with Yuika, but thinking about the potential contact issues, pairing with Canon-chan might feel less stressful in some ways. Thanks for the thought, Haina-senpai, but today, I really want to ride with Shuichi-senpai. It's like a little celebration of getting closer, you know? Well, if it's like that, then I guess there's no helping it. Being openly admired by a kohai seemed to lift Haina's spirits, and she looked genuinely happy. At this point, it was pretty much decided. Alright, Kono-kun, just hurry up and go already. I'm looking forward to experiencing this near-death water slide for myself. Haina gave me a push on the back. But now that I thought about it, was this water slide even safe to ride? There wasn't anyone else waiting in line besides us. Alright, Please get onto the inflatable ring and hold onto this bar until the slide starts, the staff member instructed. Ah, okay. With the conversation wrapped up, the staff began guiding us. Half reluctantly, Yuika and I got onto the same inflatable ring. I'll hold onto the bar, so Kono-kun, hold on tight to me from behind, okay? If we're not properly stuck together, the whole thing could fall apart in the water. Like this. Carefully, I wrapped my arms around Yuika's waist. That's way too loose. Tighter, tighter. How about now? Still not enough. This much, then? More. Yup, that feels just about right. Hold on. Isn't this way too much? I'm practically hugging her full on. Forget the water slide, what about how this looks? Section. Wait. Shukuin's strength. Directly. His firm chest. Pressed right against me. But there's no helping it, right? It's so we don't fall apart mid-slide. Yeah, it can't be helped. Too bad for me. New fufu. It might feel a bit rough for some people, but I actually like this level of force. It's like his whole body is declaring, "You're mine." I love it. No matter how thrilling this water slide is supposed to be, I don't think I'll even notice Shukuin is just too distracting like this. Alright, here we go. On the count of 3, 1, 2. The moment we let go of the bar, our bodies accelerated in an instant. Though, at first, considering all the hype, it's not that intense so far, is it? Wait, hold on, Kazua and Ita seemed fine up until this point, and then, whoa, just a few seconds in, the speed ramped up drastically. Whoa, Shukuin screamed, while I cheered. Ha ha ha. It's getting even faster. The water's hitting us so hard, I can't see anything. This is insane. We're like little twigs being swept down a raging river. You sound way too happy for someone saying that. Because this is so much fun. You've always been great with thrill rides, even though you hate horror. Physical fear is pure entertainment. Horror is also entertainment, you know. More importantly, Shukuin, can we control our position if we adjust the angle of the ring? Alright, I'll try. Wait, what? No good. I didn't realize, but we've lost the rest of the ring squad somewhere along the way. Haha, guess we'll have to make do with just the two of us. Exactly. But if we sync our movements, we might be able to manage. Alright, next, right. No, left. Again, left, oh wait. Talking it out is too slow, let's just match each other's instinct. Got it. Oh, ooh. This feels like we're getting the hang of it. Right. Alright, just a little more. Here we go. Whoa. We're not being swept away by the water anymore. We've conquered the water. The exhilaration of cutting through the torrents at will, this is addicting. I could totally get hooked on this. With our spirits at an all-time high. Ha ha ha. Ahahaha. We made it to the goal. Bursting out of the slide, we splashed into the pool with a huge splash. Phew, what a sense of release. Somehow, even my chest feels lighter than usual. Wait. Ha! Section. Wow, that was way more fun than I expected. But it's probably because I was with Yuika. Wait, how long have I been holding on to her? I quickly let go of her, but as I did, something caught my attention. When I looked at her back, there was something missing, something that definitely should have been there. The strap. It's gone. Not just that, but... Yuika, turn this way. What? Without thinking, I shut my eyes and spun Yuika halfway around before pulling her into a tight hug again, just like before. Soft. This way, at least, no one around us would be able to see. Soft. The soft sensation pressing slightly below my chest made me realize something. I messed up. Big time. Section. Sorry. Wait. Don't let go right now. As Shukuin instinctively tried to pull away, I panicked and hugged him tightly in return. If he let go now, everyone would definitely see. Though, considering the current situation where it's pressing directly against him, I'm not entirely sure which is the lesser evil. Wait, is this okay? From the outside, doesn't this look like some kind of indecent act? I could feel the heat rushing to my ears, making them burn red. Even I couldn't find any room to enjoy this situation. Well, maybe just a tiny bit. No, this is not the time for that. Thanks. I think this is the best position for now. Well, I acted on instinct, but wouldn't it make more sense if you just used your arms to cover yourself? Well, when I put it back on, I'll need both hands. Oh, right. That makes sense. Technically, it wasn't impossible to do with one hand, but it would take much longer. Fortunately, there wasn't anyone around at the moment. It seemed like Ita and Kazua had already left the pool as well. On the flip side, though, that meant I needed to fix this as quickly as possible while we were still out of sight. No, seriously. This is the most practical solution right now. It's not like I'm doing this because I want to or anything. Well, okay, maybe just a tiny bit. I think it came undone while we were on the slide. It's okay, I get it. Let's assess the situation. Do you see the target anywhere? At his prompt, I glanced around at the water's surface. There it is. It's floating right over there. Then proceed with swift retrieval. Roger that. I stretched out my arm and grabbed the swimsuit floating in the water. Target secured. Roger. Now proceed with restoration immediately. Well, about that. I can't really put it on in this position. Could you? Could you move away just a little? What? Section. At a good distance. At a good distance. What does that even mean? No, wait. The longer this takes, the higher the risk for Eureka. For now, I'll just... Alright, I'll move back slowly, so tell me to stop when it feels right. Oh, okay. Got it. With her reply, I kept my eyes closed and carefully, very carefully, began to create some distance between us. Stu. Sorry, not yet. S. Stop. At Eureka's panicked voice, I froze in place instantly. The soft sensation had almost completely disappeared, leaving behind only, no, don't think about unnecessary things. In moments like this, I just need to rely on some meditation techniques. The Heart Sutra. Gate Paragate. Wait, what's next? Fine, I'll count prime numbers instead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's done. Thanks. Just as I realized I was counting regular numbers, I heard her voice from in front of me. Cautiously opening my eyes, I found myself locking gazes with Eureka, who looked terribly apologetic. I'm really, really sorry. No, you're the one who had it rough, Eureka. There's really nothing to apologize for. As we exchanged quiet whispers, trying to reassure each other. Waraha. Eek. Haina Takahashi and Canon came flying out of the water slide, landing with a splash that startled both of us. Bwah. Oh, so this is what it's like. As far as torture devices go, it lives up to its reputation as one of the more thrilling ones. I'd been wondering about this for a while. Doesn't that reputation sound more like an insult? I saw Grandma waving to me from across the river. Wait, Grandma's not dead. Oh, but maybe. Grandma saved me, didn't she? Despite her dramatic words, Canon seemed surprisingly composed as she popped out of the slide. Oh, you guys are still here? Wait, what? When Canon turned to look at us, she tilted her head curiously. Both of you are super red for some reason. Don't tell me. She grinned mischievously. Did you guys do something naughty in the slide? We did not. Eureka and I shouted in unison. We absolutely didn't. Not in the slide, anyway. Eureka. Adding that little clarification in a whisper might make it sound like something did happen outside the slide, you know? Not that I could confidently declare nothing inappropriate happened either, considering the situation. Not inside the slide. Not inside. Eureka. That phrasing makes it sound like something even worse happened outside the slide, doesn't it? Section. Oh, so nothing happened, right? Feigning innocence, I made my teasing remark. Of course, you'd probably think the culprit behind this suspicious atmosphere is me, Karasuma Canon, the meddlesome fangirl who lives for pushing her favorite pairings into awkward, spicy situations. But surprise, this time, it wasn't me. Judging by the way they're acting, I'd bet my sister's swimsuit came undone while they were in the slide or something. Still, can you believe it? A perfect cliché lucky pervert event, happening naturally without anyone planning it. Amazing. Nee. Watching those two looking all flustered after the fact. That alone made my day. I'm absolutely satisfied. Section. What is wrong with me lately? I keep messing up so much. It's not like I'm letting my guard down on purpose. Or at least, I didn't think so. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe that's not true. Like earlier, in the slide, I wasn't even thinking about my swimsuit. I don't even know when it came undone. Wait, hold on. Does that mean there's a chance that for quite a while, I was, completely exposed while being held by Shukuen? Oh no, that's practically the real deal. What am I even doing? No, wait. This is the perfect time to think positively. Maybe, just maybe, unlocking a new level of embarrassment now will make the real thing less nerve-wracking someday. It's not impossible, right? Thinking that way makes me feel a little okay, maybe not much better. Honestly, though, all of this is because spending time with Shukuen is so much fun that it fills my head with nothing else. Because when Shukuen is next to me, my heart feels so full that there's no room for anything else. Maybe that's why I keep messing up more and more. But you know, every day, every hour, every minute, every second, I just keep falling even more in love with him. So, the way I am now, it's all because of you, Shukuen. Are you going to take responsibility for that? Section. In the end, even after that incident, we spent the entire day playing at the pool. That was so much fun. Yeah, I'm completely worn out. By the time we got back, we collapsed onto the sofa, basking in a pleasant wave of exhaustion. Oh, right. Yuika suddenly perked up, as if something had come to mind. Shukuen, I'll give you a massage. After exercising, it's good to get the blood and lymph flowing to prevent fatigue from settling in. No, it's fine. You're tired too, aren't you? Well, then you can massage me after I'm done with you, okay? I mean, I guess that's fair. I agreed without thinking for a second. But hold on. Is this really okay? Watch how I do it, okay? Let's start with your legs. Yuika knelt down gracefully and lifted my right leg, then began kneading the sole of my foot with her fingers. She moved on to my calf. So far, so good. Next, your thighs. Wait. I'm supposed to do this for Yuika too, right? No, but this is purely medicinal. Don't let your mind wander. Now for your upper body. While I was silently wrestling with my inner thoughts, Yuika expertly continued the massage. All done. With a satisfied clap of her hands, she stood up. Okay, your turn. Go ahead and massage me now. Without hesitation, Yuika sank into the sofa, looking completely at ease. I mean, I received one, so I have to give one in return. That's all there is to it. Nothing inappropriate about it. Also, I kept repeating to myself in a futile attempt to justify this in my mind. Alright, starting with your feet. Got it, I'm counting on you. Yuika flopped her feet out in front of me, and I reached out tentatively to touch them. For some reason, even at this point, I felt like I was doing something I shouldn't. Shoving that thought aside, I placed my fingers on the sole of her foot and applied a bit of pressure. Ahaha, that just tickles. You need to press harder. Understood. I hesitated at first, worrying I might hurt her, even though I knew that was unlikely. Still, I hesitated. But if I didn't use enough pressure, it wouldn't work as a proper massage. That feels good. As I gradually increased the pressure, Yuika seemed to be satisfied. Next was her calf. Compared to mine, her muscles were much softer, and I carefully kneaded them. Then, her thighs. I hesitated to touch them and glanced up nervously. What's wrong? Yuika's expression was completely unbothered, as if to say, there's no problem here. No, it's nothing. Exactly. There was no problem at all. This was just a massage. The only reason it felt awkward was because I was letting strange thoughts creep in. Determined to keep it professional, I firmly but carefully massaged her supple muscles. That feels so good. Even if her voice sounded strangely suggestive, there was absolutely nothing inappropriate happening here. Probably. Okay, next is your upper body. Relieved that I was done with her thighs, I moved around behind her to massage her shoulders. Of course, touching Yuika anywhere was nerve-wracking, but at least this was better than working near more delicate areas. As I kneaded her shoulders and then her upper arms, Yuika casually spoke up. You know, they say upper arms. Her tone was light and conversational, but her words caught me off guard. Are about as soft as breasts. Gah. Why would she bring that up now? I mean, maybe because it's now, but still. So, what do you think? Are they the same? Yuika. Are you seriously bringing up that right now? Section. Yes, I messed up earlier today. I deeply regret it and will strive to ensure it doesn't happen again. But, that's that, and this is this. If it's something I can use, I'll make use of it. While the sensation is still fresh in his memory, I'll make him relive it and get his heart racing. He'll feel at least a little flustered, right? Or maybe, you won't remember it unless you touch it again. And no, that's not it. When I slightly lifted my chest with my hands, Shukuen visibly panicked, his composure clearly shaken. It's fairly different, I think. Like, the upper arm feels more trained, or, somewhat firmer, if I may say so. Still, the way he earnestly tries to answer seriously is so sincere, isn't he? That's one of the things I love about him. Oh, so that means you remember the feeling of this quite well, don't you? I'm sorry. It's just that kind of memory doesn't fade so easily. I kept up my just teasing expression as best as I could. But there's no need to apologize, right? It was my slip-up, after all. I'm the one who should be saying sorry for pressing something so unimpressive against you. No, how should I put this? It's not like it was unimpressive or anything. In fact, I found it to be quite remarkable, if I may say so. Even so, reliving my midday blunder so vividly is making me unbelievably embarrassed. This self-inflicted shame. My face feels like it's on fire. Section. Hey, that's right. It's your favorite size, isn't it, Shukuen? Well, yes. As usual, Yuika teased me with her playful smile. Really, just like always. The same as when we were kids. No matter how many times I tell her to be a bit more aware of the fact that I'm a guy, it's probably pointless. To Yuika, I'm probably not even in the opposite sex category. Being seen as a best friend beyond gender genuinely makes me happy. That feeling is absolutely sincere. And yet, the more time I spend with her, the more greedy I become. I want to see more of Yuika. I want to touch more of Yuika. I want her to notice me more. I want her to feel something different for me. I've been lying to myself for so long, convincing myself that these feelings aren't real, that she doesn't feel the same. Afraid that if I acknowledged them, I'd destroy what we have now. Even now, I'm terrified of that possibility. There's definitely a part of me that thinks, wouldn't it be fine if things stayed the way they are? Because these days we share now are unbelievably, overwhelmingly fun. But if I could wish for anything, it'd be for Yuika to feel the same way I do. So, from now on, I've decided to start taking small steps. The words I declared to Canon-chan at the pool earlier weren't just an excuse to get her to give up. I said them because they're true. Because I love Yuika. Chapter 3. Approaching the Cultural Festival. One evening. Shukuen, can I come in? I was studying in my room when I heard a knock on the door, accompanied by her voice. Yeah, it's fine. Excuse me. With my reply, Yuika stepped into the room. Can I borrow the rest of this? She held up the first volume of a manga I had lent her earlier, bringing it up next to her face. They're all on that shelf. Take whichever you want. Got it. I pointed to the bookshelf, and Yuika playfully saluted before walking over to it. Looks like you enjoyed it. I think I'm hooked. I mean, come on, that first volume's twist is insane. Haha, right? When someone likes something you recommended, it makes you happy. Especially when it's someone you like. Knowing they enjoy the same things as you. It's a wonderful feeling, but also a little embarrassing, like a warm itch in your chest you can't quite scratch. Let's see. Oh, right. I'd forgotten the manga series was on the topmost shelf. Yuika's height made it a bit of a stretch for her to reach. Here, let me. Standing behind her, I grabbed the rest of the volumes and handed them over. And then, a thought popped into my head. I decided to try it. Section. Thanks a lot. I turned just my face to thank Shukuen for grabbing the manga for me. But since he was standing so close behind me, my heart couldn't help but race. Still, knowing Shukuen, this little heart-pounding moment would probably be over in no time. Which character's your favorite so far, just based on the first volume? Wait, we're having this conversation in this position. I think the rival-like character who shows up at the end seems interesting. Haha, of course. That's exactly the kind of character design you'd go for, Yuika. I carefully kept my voice steady, trying not to betray my flustered state. But Shukuen leaned against the bookshelf, peering down at the manga I was holding. His proximity made it feel like we were practically pressed together. Isn't this what they call kabedon? Wait, what's happening right now? Did I unknowingly trigger some kind of special event condition? Oh, and look, that rival character's on the cover of Volume 2. They're definitely going to have a big role. I quickly shifted my gaze to the manga, partly to avoid meeting his eyes and partly to hide the flush spreading across my face. I won't spoil anything, but let's just say Volume 2 is going to be a lot of fun. Now I'm even more curious. Thank goodness his back is turned. I mean, I do dream about a proper kabedon face-to-face someday, but with my current tolerance, I'd definitely turn completely red and give myself away. Still. Shukuen, you're really something. Doing something like this so casually. It must mean you're not thinking of me as a girl in that way, right? I mean, of course, I know he treats me kindly as a girl and that I can make his heart race sometimes. But that's just a normal reaction for a guy, isn't it? I wish there'd be some kind of dramatic event. Something that could completely change how Shukuen sees me. But yeah, life doesn't just hand you convenient developments like that, does it? Section. Yuika had her eyes fixed on the manga, which was a relief for me. By the way, the ones lined up next to it are side stories. Want to grab those too? Oh, really? I didn't notice because the titles are different. Wait, hold on. Judging by the covers, is this one about the rival character as the protagonist? Exactly. It's a spin-off about his backstory. That's a must-read. There are a few spoilers for the main story, so make sure you read them in order. Got it. My face is probably bright red right now. As a playful experiment, I tried what's commonly called a kabedon. But honestly, I shouldn't have done something I'm so unaccustomed to. The embarrassment is hitting me hard even now. On top of that. Oh, right. You're okay with shoujo manga too, right? Yeah, I read them. Then I've got a recommendation for you. I found it yesterday, and it's so good that I can't believe it's not more popular yet. Of course, something like this wouldn't make her see me differently as a guy. I reflect on that bitterly. It was a half-baked idea to begin with. In the first place, it's rare for me to close the distance like this, but Yuika's always been comfortable getting this close. I take pride in the bond Yuika and I share. It's solid, strong, unshakable. But maybe it's too strong. Strong enough that changing it into something else feels nearly impossible. If that's the case, maybe what's needed is a trigger. Something bigger, something dramatic that could change how Yuika sees me entirely. Section. A few days into the second semester. For today's homeroom, we'll start by selecting 2 representatives for the Cultural Festival Committee, announced Shiratori-san, standing at the podium with a slightly nervous expression. The role of cultural festival representative could sometimes be decided quickly, but other times, it could devolve into a reluctant game of passing the buck. No wonder she seemed uneasy. And honestly, I was a little nervous too. Are there any volunteers? Her question was met with silence, the classroom growing still. Yes. I raised my hand after a brief pause, which drew surprised looks from about half the class. Meanwhile, Yuika, Ita, Shiratori-san, and Amama-san gave me knowing glances as if to say, "Ah, makes sense." Takahashi-san, for some reason, grinned and gave me a thumbs up, though I had no idea what that was supposed to mean. Kono-kun? I've been in the same class as Kono-kun for 3 years now, but I think this is the first time I've seen him volunteer for something like this. I've known him for 6 years. 12 for me. With reactions like these, it's no surprise that so many were taken aback. Up until now, I had always participated in school events at the bare minimum level. Volunteering for something like the Cultural Festival Committee was completely out of character. So why this year? I glanced at Yuika, sitting in the seat ahead of me. She smiled softly, a look that said she already knew what I was thinking. The first semester had been a joy thanks to Yuika. It was such a stark contrast to previous years that I found myself looking forward to school for the first time. And the second semester would surely be just as enjoyable if I stayed the course. But beyond that, I wanted to challenge myself with something new. And while it wouldn't make up for my lack of involvement in the past, I thought I could at least take on some responsibility during my final year. And there was one more reason. A very personal one. Thank you for volunteering. Kono-kun, you'll be our first representative. Understood. I accept. I stood up and acknowledged Shiratori-san, who looked slightly relieved. The class broke into applause, and I couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Now, we need one more volunteer. Anyone? Shiratori-san's request was again met with silence. I would love to volunteer, but I swore to my bandmates that I'd pour everything I have into our stage performance this year. It was a tough call. Should I become a cultural festival committee member and rule from the shadows or take the stage? But my heart is set. Well, aside from Takahashi-san's dramatic declaration, anyway. For the record, cultural festival committee members don't have nearly that much authority. In reality, most people were likely focused on their club exhibits, personal stage performances, or prepping for exams. Add to that the fact that I'd be their partner, and volunteering probably felt even less appealing. The silence dragged on as people seemed to wait each other out. Then, "I'll do it," Yuika said, raising her hand gracefully. She must have timed it perfectly to give the impression that she was only volunteering because no one else would. "Thank you, Karasuma-san. You're our second representative." "Sure thing, happy to help." Yuika stood up, flashing a warm smile as the class clapped for her. Unlike me, she returned their applause with an easy charm. "Our first meeting will be with the student council after school today. Please attend." "Yes." Yuika and I replied in unison, nodding at Shiratori-san. Our school's cultural festival was student council-led, with representatives from each class working alongside them. Today would be our first meeting. Oh, it's like one of those scenes in manga where all the officers gather in one place. So cool. Maybe I should have volunteered after all. For the record, it's probably not as dramatic as whatever Takahashi-san is imagining. Section. After school. Entering the designated meeting room, it seemed like most of the members were already present. "Ah, Shu-senpai." A familiar voice greeted us, followed by Canon rushing over and clinging to Shu's arm. "Gah. She's taking advantage of the fact that I can't reprimand her here. Meeting you here, Shu-senpai, this must be fate, right? Volunteering for the committee right after transferring? That's impressive. I thought it'd be a great way to connect with everyone and make friends through the festival." Canon explained her reasoning with a cheerful smile, seemingly unaffected by Shu brushing off her advances. Knowing her, she probably meant every word. Unlike me, who tends to keep people at arm's length despite maintaining a polite exterior, Canon is a genuine social butterfly. Hey, Shu-senpai, on the festival day, let's go around together. I'll spoil you so much. Let's not phrase it like you're a sketchy street hawker. Oh, but if it's you, Shu-senpai, I'll throw in all the special options for free. You can even take me home. And now you've crossed the line. Canon, stop saying weird things in public. I finally couldn't hold back and interjected. Okay, then I'll say it when we're alone next time. That's obviously not okay either. Excuse me, you two. A cold, clear voice cut through the escalating chaos. Looking toward the source, I saw the speaker seated at the head of the room, this term's student council president, Zaizen Sayuki, a second year. Her neatly arranged medium-length black hair and rimless square glasses gave her an air of unshakable composure. Her sharp gaze was fixed on us. Sorry, we got carried away. My apologies for my sister's behavior. Shu and I simultaneously apologized and started to bow when. Are the two of you dating? Ha! The unexpected question made both of us freeze mid-motion. I'm referring to the pair clinging to each other. Her stern tone made it clear she wasn't joking. Her gaze was on Shu and Canon. Was this about maintaining decorum among committee members? No, we're not dating, Shu replied firmly. But I am totally in love with him. Gah. Canon, that's true, but this isn't the time to say it. Some of the girls in the room even squealed in delight. Oh. And now the president looks intrigued. Great. What sparked these feelings of yours? I'd heard about Shu-senpai before and thought he must be amazing. When we finally met, I just knew he was my destined one. I see. So it wasn't love at first sight? Well, I did feel a spark the moment I saw him, but the more I get to know him, the more I love his personality too. Interesting. Wait, is she just curious about romance? And you, Kono-kun, the president said, her glasses seeming to glint menacingly. She's been very open about her feelings. If you haven't responded, is it because? What is this? A romance interrogation? Do you already have someone else you like? Her words made my chest tighten unexpectedly. I'd always assumed Shu didn't respond to Canon because he saw her as a sister. But now that I think about it, he didn't react much to Takahashi-san in a swimsuit either. If it's because he already has someone he likes. And the only girl Shu's ever shown any real reaction to is. No, it's way too early to jump to conclusions. Well, Shu began. What is it? Does he have someone he likes? I have a fiancé. Oh, a safe and mostly accurate answer. Nice one, Shu. I see. Then, please tell Canon to stop clinging to someone who's engaged. It's a love to steal, then. Wait, what? Why is the president suddenly looking so enthusiastic, even pumping her fists? Go for it. Steal him away. Engagements these days are just family decisions anyway. Yeah, we're all about free love now. The girls in the room have all turned against me. Not that they know I'm the fiancé, but still. How do I de-escalate this without making things worse? If I say something like that's not okay, I'll probably get labeled as the killjoy of the group. Excuse me, everyone. Oh, does Shu have a plan? My fiancé is very important to me. I would never betray her. Shu, why would you say something so sweet in front of everyone? My face is going to give me away. Good thing everyone's still focused on Shu and Canon. Meanwhile, the other girls divided into factions, some understanding, some thinking there's still a chance, and, wait, what? Did someone just propose to Shu? How did more rivals pop up so casually? By the way, President, I cut in. Are we okay on time? I kept my tone casual, like I just noticed, and the president's expression changed as she glanced at the clock. We were well past the scheduled start time. I apologize. It seems our icebreaker went on a bit too long. So that was an icebreaker. Sure, the group feels closer now, but wasn't this just the president indulging her interest? Well then, let's begin. Thank you all for coming. I'm Zaizen, the student council president, and I'll be facilitating today's meeting. Let's start by discussing the main responsibilities of the committee members. Pushing up her glasses, she smoothly shifted to a professional demeanor, guiding the meeting with precision. Phew. I shot a glare at Canon, who grinned and winked in response. Honestly, she's too cute for her own good. Section. Since most of the committee members had volunteered for the role, the discussions proceeded smoothly. Finally, the last agenda item for the day. With that, the event hosted by the committee will be the Best Couple Contest. President Zaizen circled the words Best Couple Contest on the whiteboard, where numerous ideas had been written down. On the day of the festival, the main stage would feature various events hosted by classes, clubs, or individual participants. Every year, one slot was reserved for an event organized by the Cultural Festival Committee, and this year's event was now decided. Incidentally, the idea's proposer was, "Yay. Thank you for your support, everyone." Canon waved enthusiastically to the group. It didn't hurt that President Saizen had shown an interest in the idea, which likely helped sway the discussion. Of course, the decision wasn't made unilaterally. Everyone had agreed through fair debate. Still, the president's preferences might work in my favor someday, too. With that, thank you all for your hard work today, the president announced, signaling the meeting's adjournment. As everyone began to leave in groups, "Shoo, I'll head home first," Yuika whispered softly. I gave her a small nod in return. As classmates and fellow committee members, such casual exchanges didn't draw much attention. "Shu-senpai, let's walk home together." But Canon, clinging to Shu's arm again, certainly did draw attention. "Sorry, I need to speak with President Saizen for a bit." "Really? You're choosing the president over me?" Canon pouted in clear dissatisfaction. "I promise we'll walk home together tomorrow." "Really? Yay." The moment I offered a compromise, her mood flipped, and she broke into a big smile. I ended up making a promise, but it couldn't be helped. If Canon had kept pressing, the president might have left before I had a chance to speak with her. And, for the record, this wasn't just an excuse to get Canon to leave. I genuinely had something to discuss with President Saizen. "See you tomorrow, Shu-senpai. I'm looking forward to it." "Yeah, see you tomorrow." I waved back at Canon as she cheerfully waved her hands in the air, a small pang of guilt settling in. "Sorry, Canon. That promise includes Yuika as well." Still, walking home with the three of us would likely be a lot of fun. And as a trio, we wouldn't attract any unnecessary speculation from others. Probably. Well, then. With that, I turned and approached President Saizen. Having fulfilled my duties as a committee member, I decided it was time to use the rest of the evening for myself. "Excuse me, President Saizen. May I have a moment of your time? I'd like to ask you something." Section. That night, at home. Being on the committee was fun, right? I thought it'd be more formal, but it was surprisingly laid back. Yuika and I were reflecting on today's meeting. It's definitely because the president is such a fun person. Yeah. The contrast with her serious demeanor made her jokes hit even harder. Like when she suggested the committee host a best glasses championship. Well, she did seem pretty sincere about that idea. She even said, "I'm a glasses enthusiast," with a completely straight face. Honestly, it could have been an interesting event. Right. I wonder how they'd even judge something like that. We both chuckled at the thought. "Oh, right." Yuika suddenly lit up, as if remembering something. "Something on your mind?" During today's homeroom, we'd also discussed our class's cultural festival event. After an active brainstorming session, we reached a decision: a cosplay cafe. It's my first time doing customer service, so I'm a little nervous. "You'll be fine, Yuika. She's friendly, has great communication skills, and leaves a positive impression on everyone. Honestly, if anyone should be worried, it's me. I've never done anything like this either. Maybe I should practice my customer service smile. So, can I practice with you? If that's all, sure." Her tone suggested it wasn't just nerves. She probably thought it would be fun. Either way, I had no reason to say no. "Okay, I'll play the server, and you be the customer." "Got it." It felt like the setup for a comedy sketch, but Yuika cleared her throat and gave me a bright smile. "Welcome. May I take your order?" "I'll have the shortcake set, please." "And what would you like to drink with that?" "Earl Grey, iced, straight." "Understood." Yuika twirled on the spot and mimed placing a tray in front of me. "Here you go. Thank you." I nodded slightly as she handed me my imaginary order. "May I have the check, please?" "That'll be 500 yen. Here you go. Thank you for your patronage. Please come again." She gave a polite bow as I handed her an imaginary coin, completing the exchange. "See? No issues at all." Her smooth delivery had no visible flaws, but Yuika didn't look satisfied. "Shu, you fail. The customer fails. Apparently, the issue was on my end. You were way too polite. I need practice dealing with difficult customers." "Ah, I see." She had a point. "All right, let's go again. Welcome. May I take your order?" Thinking of how to play the difficult customer, I leaned back and tried to sound nonchalant. "Can I take you home with me?" Channeling Ita's playful vibe, I threw out the line. For the record, Ita wouldn't actually cause trouble in a real store. Yuika, however, simply smiled sweetly. "Of course, I'd be delighted." "Wait, you're not supposed to agree. But I'm already yours, sir. Is my character just me?" Yuika's mischievous grin had me letting out a half smile in response. This still feels too tame. How about you try something bolder? Isn't the focus shifting here? Still, it felt like an opportunity to push things a little further. "Welcome. May I take your order?" This time, I stood up, closed the distance, placed a hand on her shoulder, and gently cupped her cheek, gazing directly into her eyes. "I'd like to devour you." The moment the words left my mouth, my face grew hot. The line and delivery were mortifying. This isn't what making a move is supposed to be, right? Tha. Haha. Yuika couldn't suppress her laughter. "Well then, sir." Still smiling, she leaned in closer, almost whispering in my ear. "Your order is ready. I'll be waiting in bed tonight." Her breath brushed my ear, sending a chill down my spine. Sorry," I blurted out, not knowing how else to respond. "Why are you apologizing?" Yuika giggled, her laughter brushing against my ear again and sending another jolt through me. More than her teasing words, it was the closeness that had me rattled. She didn't step back, staying just inches away. My heartbeat thundered uncontrollably as only I seemed affected by the closeness. Section. That was close. Barely managed to keep it together. No, actually, I didn't. My face is burning up right now, and I can't move away from Shu. But being this close to him is making my heart race even more, and now I'm stuck in this endless loop. I mean, seriously, after he says something like "I'd like to devour you," how could I not respond with, "Go ahead, eat me up"? I almost said it. Actually, I kind of did. Shu, what's going on with you lately? First the cabadon the other day, and now this. You're totally in some kind of special mode, aren't you? Honestly, if you really showed up tonight, I wouldn't mind. No, I'd totally welcome it. And if that happened, higher. Just imagining it is already too much. This is bad. If I keep this up, I'll never be able to pull away from him. Not that I mind staying like this forever, but Shu's going to think something's up if I don't calm down soon. Okay, deep breaths. Buddhist Sutra time, the Heart Sutra. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, while practicing deeply the perfection of wisdom, clearly saw that all 5 aggregates are empty, and thus relieved all suffering. Shariputra, form does not differ from emptiness, and emptiness does not differ from form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness are also like this. Shariputra, all dharmas are marked with emptiness, they do not arise or cease, are not defiled or pure, do not increase or decrease. Okay, I think I'm calm now. Probably. Section. The days as a cultural festival committee member passed by in a whirlwind of activity. Kono-kun, we'd like to use the sewing room for measurements, so can you file the request? It's already done. Here's the key. Wow, as expected of you. Quick work, thanks. Sorry, Kono. Our group might be falling behind schedule a bit. Thanks for letting me know early. What's the issue? Date broke his leg during a judo match today, so he can't handle heavy lifting anymore. A lot of our plans were relying on his strength. I see, that's rough. Ita, can you help out their group? Sure thing. Who should take over my tasks here? Date can take over your work. His injury means he'll only be doing seated tasks for now. Got it. Thanks, Kono-kun, for handling this so quickly. It's my job. Let's keep things moving smoothly. Kono-kun. Decoration group reporting in. We're done with step 23. Thanks, Amami-san. Wow, you're finishing ahead of schedule. That's because you built in so much extra time into the plan, Konokai. Should we move straight to the next step? Well, if you do, you'll probably end up waiting for the prop-making team later. Work on tasks you can complete independently for now. Roger that. Kono-kun, I'm about to head out for some shopping. If any group needs supplies, I can grab them while I'm out. Thanks, that's a huge help. Karasuma, can you quickly get a list of what each group might be missing? Got it. 1 roll of tape, 2 black markers, 1 red marker, and… oh, right, we forgot to get origami earlier. 10 sets should do. Noted, thanks. I'll pick them up. This was my life now. Although I had some leadership training when I was younger, handling actual responsibilities was a whole other challenge. I was immensely grateful for Yuika, who made up for what I lacked, and for the rest of the capable team. Time to get some paperwork done. With the requests and questions settled for now, I turned to my own tasks. Karasuma, have you decided on your costume yet? I've narrowed it down to 2 options, but I'm still stuck. I half listened to the conversation as I worked. I didn't know what kind of costume Yuika was debating, but whatever she picked, it would suit her perfectly. Wait, focus. Imagining things is just going to make me smile like an idiot. It's hard to choose, isn't it? I'd like to try them on first, but that's not really an option. Oh, what's up? Oh, it's just that you reminded me I forgot to print out the rental order form for the costumes. Thanks for the reminder. I didn't do anything. That caught my attention. Yuika had already meticulously prepared all the necessary forms, including the rental order. Why would she say something untrue? Was it a subtle social trick to build rapport by admitting a mistake? Before I could dwell on it, another question came my way. Kono-san, you free right now? Yeah, what's up? One of the brooms from the storage room is missing. Probably got mixed up with another class's supplies. Thanks for letting me know. I'll check with the other classes. Appreciate it. Kono-kun, got a sec? Takahashi-san, sure. What's on your mind? I was brainstorming with everyone, and I thought, what if we decorate the cafe with balloon art? You know, the kind where you twist balloons into shapes. I'm familiar, yeah. Adding it now might be tricky, though. It's doable. I replied after a moment's thought. It's low cost and fits the schedule, but would need someone skilled to lead it. Any ideas? Oh, that'd be me. I'm great at balloon art. Let me show you. Wait. Why do you have balloons and a pump in your bag? I always carry them. Inspiration can strike any time, so I'm ready to create on the spot. Her enthusiasm was impressive, if a little surprising. I watched as she swiftly twisted the balloons. Done. I call this piece the weight of human sins. It's modern art, for sure, but the skill is undeniable. Takahashi-san, I'm appointing you as the balloon art lead. I'll gather a team to help you. I could handle it all myself, though. No, please work with a team. They can help brainstorm designs and speed things up. And with that, the conversation shifted, and my earlier curiosity about Yuika's comment faded into the background. Kono-kun. Kono. Yes, I'll get to everyone. Busy as it was, this preparation period was the most fulfilling cultural festival experience I'd ever had. Section. I quietly watched Shu, his face looking busy but completely fulfilled. At first, some of our classmates seemed a bit wary of him, but now they all knew they could approach Shu with anything, and he'd always listen calmly. He had become the heart of the class, surrounded by everyone. Seeing him like that made me so happy that I couldn't help but smile. And then, there was one more thing. As I thought about the little prank I'd come up with during the earlier conversation about costumes, a mischievous grin crept onto my face. Section. That evening, when I got home a little later than Yuika. Welcome home, master. I was greeted by a maid. No, not some unexpected intruder, it was Yuika, dressed head to toe in a maid outfit. But still. So, what do you think? Does it suit me? Yuika twirled on the spot, the long skirt of the outfit swirling gracefully. I was torn between this and another costume for the festival, But then I remembered the one I'd ordered for myself arrived yesterday. I thought I'd try it on. If I bring my own, it'll save us a bit of the budget, too. So, what do you think? Shoo. Why have you been staring silently with such a serious face? Wait, what? Snap out of it. Yuika's slightly anxious expression, gazing up at me with those big eyes, was just too cute. And the outfit suited her so perfectly that I had completely lost myself in admiration. Now, my heart was pounding furiously, my chest tight with overwhelming emotions. This kind of fluttering. It's seriously painful. Section. Just wait a second. Shu turned his face away and covered it with his arm for some reason. For the cultural festival, I think. The other costume would be better. He said it in a strained voice, as if forcing the words out. So this one doesn't suit me much? No, it suits you. It suits you too well. Like, it's so perfect that it feels like a real Maid instead of cosplay, you know? Oh, is that it? So that's what has been agonizing over this whole time? Shu is as serious as ever. If that's the case, then this might be just the thing. I actually prepared something else as well. When I consulted Kazua-chan about ordering the Maid outfit, she told me, just a Maid costume might not have enough impact, so I also picked up a little extra accessory. Welcome home, master. Woof woof. I struck a pose, now transformed into a dog-eared maid. This adds a cosplay vibe, right? What do you think? No. Ha. Why not? Shu glanced at me for a split second, but he quickly looked away again. It's unfair. Unfair? Is there some rule against headbands or something? No, it's not that. Just, it's unfair. Ha! That explanation doesn't sound like Shu at all, it's so vague and unconvincing. Okay, but seriously, if it's a no, I need an actual reason. The same. The same? What do you mean, the same? When I pressed him for more, he muttered even quieter than before. Like, the swimsuit during the trip. Oh. With that, I finally got it. Shu was referring to our honeymoon trip when he said he didn't want anyone else to see me in my swimsuit. Because the Maid outfit isn't revealing, I hadn't made the connection, but... Oh, it's the same thing this time, isn't it? Wait, I get it now. When he said it's unfair, he meant the Maid outfit plus dog ears is his ultimate combo, something I like times something I like, so it's just too much for him to handle. Oh, Shu, you really are a dog lover, aren't you? And you like dog ears too? What a discovery. Got it. I'll wear the other costume for the festival. Thanks. He gave a small nod, but his ears, just barely visible behind his arm, were bright red. I couldn't resist smiling mischievously as I leaned in close. As for this one, after all, I'd originally bought this outfit just to show Shu. I'll keep it as something special. Just for you, Shu. When I whispered softly into his ear, Shu flinched slightly, his whole body giving a little shiver. Okay. After a brief silence, he nodded again, his voice barely audible but a bit firmer this time. Haha, to think he'd get this worked up over just a cosplay. He's seriously too cute. If it's for Shu, I'd wear anything, anytime, without hesitation. Just say the word, and it's yours. Section. Ah, my face is burning. And yet, I couldn't help but steal glances at her, making it impossible for my heart to calm down. Seriously, this is unfair. Something I like times something I like times something I like. How am I supposed to handle that? Section. A few days after that incident. President Saizen, that concludes my report on our class. Thank you, Kono-senpai. It seems everything is progressing smoothly, as expected. Everyone's doing a great job. I'm just a figurehead. Fufu, you're too modest. The two of us, President Saizen and I, were having this conversation in the student council room. Compared to when we first started working together, our interactions had grown noticeably more relaxed. So, about that matter we discussed. That's coming along smoothly as well. I've secured permission to use the rooftop. When I asked, President Saizen grinned mischievously. Now, we can proceed as planned, even if it's a bit of a surprise. The only potential issue is getting the cultural club leaders to cooperate. How has that been going? It's all taken care of. Everyone agreed without any complaints. That's excellent. Perhaps your involvement helped sway them. Fufu, until last year, there were rumors that anyone who opposed you wouldn't come out unscathed. I've never actually taken anyone down, I couldn't help but laugh wryly. After meeting you, I found you much more approachable than I expected. Well, even I didn't think I'd change this much. Looking back, my past self already felt like a bit of a cringeworthy memory. By the way, Kono-senpai, Zaizen suddenly said, her tone shifting as she grew more serious. This whole plan, is it truly just to make the cultural festival more exciting? No. I'm sorry for involving you in this, President. I decided to participate of my own accord, so I don't mind. But what's the real reason? Her probing question carried a hint of challenge. In response, It's obvious, isn't it? Scratched my cheek awkwardly, a sheepish smile forming on my face. Section. After finishing my conversation with President Zaizen, I returned to the classroom. I thought it would be empty since our class had completed all its work for the day. Welcome back. To my surprise, Yuika stood by the window, greeting me. Were you waiting for me? You could have gone home first. Well, as a fellow committee member, I figured it wouldn't feel right. You don't need to worry about that. Still, Shu, you're so diligent, reporting to the president every day. It's just that catching problems early avoids bigger issues down the line. It was a blatant attempt to change the subject, but I went along with it. Truthfully, I was happy she waited for me. Still, being alone with Yuika in a quiet classroom at night felt strangely surreal. Neither of us had club activities, so staying late at school wasn't something we were used to. Usually, we'd spend this time at home together, but this felt different. The view outside was pitch dark, and the silent classroom felt a little lonelier than during the day. Yet, faint, cheerful voices from other classes still working could be heard in the distance. It created a dreamy, slightly otherworldly atmosphere. So, any problems come up in today's report? Well, just a small note about the cosplay costumes. Oh. As I waved the paperwork lightly and moved to sit at my desk, Yuika followed. I thought she'd take her seat in front of mine like usual, but, that's the look of someone planning a prank. Before I could even react, guess I'll sit right here. She plopped herself down on my lap, just like Canon had the other day. Of course, I was completely thrown off. Wow, this is actually pretty comfy, Yuika said as she leaned back against me. This wasn't just bad for my heart, it was catastrophic. If someone saw us like this, it would be a huge problem. I needed to ask her to move right away. But even though I knew that, I hesitated. I'd always been careful not to touch Yuika unnecessarily, out of respect. It was the right thing to do. But if I were honest with myself, I always wanted to stay close to her. So, if she was the one reaching out to me, if she was the one closing the distance, then maybe, just maybe, it was okay. Section. Oh, I see how it is. This position. It's way more embarrassing than I ever imagined. I mean, my butt is on Shu's thighs, and with my back resting against him, it feels like my entire body is touching his. Did Canon really pull off something this bold? Oh no, wait, what if he's thinking, wow, she's heavy? I didn't even consider that. But I can't just get up now after doing this on my own initiative. Okay, it's fine. Based on experience, Shu will probably stop me soon. Then you can stay there as long as you like. What? That spot is Yuika's seat, after all. Wait, that smooth voice in my ear, in this position, is way past dangerous. Wait, is he seriously okay with this? Isn't he worried about how this might look? So, about the costume guidelines. If the outfit has any string-like accessories, they need to be secured with bands to prevent them from touching food or drinks. Alright, got it. We're seriously continuing like this. My voice cracked a bit, I'm already at my limit. Oh, and I politely declined the suggestion to turn it into a cosplay glasses cafe. Haha. Wait a second. Shu's totally calm about this, right? This means his reaction is the same as it was with Canon, isn't it? Does he really just see me as a friend now, not even reacting anymore? Or, oh no, could it be that thing where guys stop seeing their wives as women? Are we already at that stage? I should call my mom later and ask for tips on keeping romance alive in marriage. Oh, I stopped. The heartbeat against my back gave it away. Shoo. Your heart's racing a lot. Of course it is. And then he added, you're pretty nervous too, aren't you? My heart skipped a beat. He'd noticed my pounding heartbeat as well. Well, yeah, I replied, mimicking his tone. But of course I'm nervous. I'm sitting this close to the person I love. But shoo. Why are you nervous? Are you nervous because it's me? Or could it be because it's me specifically? Before I could think about it any further, my face was about to melt from the heat. Oh, by the way, I suddenly exclaimed as I stood up. It was a bit obvious, but I needed an emergency exit. Look, the baseball team is practicing this late. I walked over to the window and brought up the scene I had been watching earlier to change the subject. Yeah, you're right. They're really giving it their all. Wait, Shoo, why did you pull the curtain around us like that? What's up? I asked, barely managing to keep an amused, playful tone. I just thought it'd be bad if someone saw us together like this at this hour. Oh, I see. But no, wait. Isn't this situation way worse now? Being together inside a curtain, in this tiny, enclosed space, it's practically screaming intimate. The curtain's lightly touching both of us, and it's almost like a soft embrace. What is this blissful little world we've stumbled into? Section. A little prank-like idea popped into my head. Even though the level of physical closeness had decreased, being in this narrow space together made my heart race even more. At least now, since we weren't directly touching, my heartbeat wasn't reaching Yuika. Naturally, I couldn't feel hers either. What is Yuika thinking about right now? What kind of dokidoki was she feeling earlier? Was it just because I'm a guy, and anyone would feel nervous in that situation? Or was it something else entirely? Phew. The lights are still on, looks like I made it just in time. What? The sound of the door sliding open and a cheerful voice nearly made me cry out in surprise. Ha! No one's here. Oh, I see. It's one of those times when Kono-kun is off reporting to the president. This time, the dokidoki was unanimous. Takahashi-san is back, and this is bad. I can't believe I forgot my lunchbox of all things. Mom would have scolded me for sure. Thanks for still being here, Kono-kun. Ah, you're welcome. But she's definitely not saying that because she knows I'm actually here, right? Wait a sec. Oh no. Has she noticed us? If she has, though, I guess it wouldn't be too bad, it's just Takahashi-san. Oh, I forgot to eat the cherry tomato I saved for last. Looks like she hasn't noticed us after all. Lucky me. I'll just eat it now. Takahashi-san, I know it's getting cooler, but eating a cherry tomato left at room temperature this late might not be the safest thing. Should I step out and warn her? While I was hesitating, her footsteps grew quieter, and it seemed she had left the classroom. We stayed silent for a few more seconds, holding our breath. Finally, we stepped out of the curtain and exhaled deeply. See? The curtain came in handy, didn't it? Maybe, Yuika replied, flashing a mischievous smile. Despite the awkwardness of the situation, her playful grin somehow made it feel like everything was okay. Section. Yukuin and I never once had a fight in the past. Of course, that's not true at all. If anything, we fought all the time. Look, just let Yukuin have the last one. I told you, I saved it for you, Shukuin. But Yukuin loves these snacks, right? Well, Shukuin likes them too. I mean, I don't like them that much. Neither do I. We used to argue about the most trivial things like this. Back then, Yukuin was stubborn but also a bit of a crybaby. That's a lie. You've been sneaking glances at the snack this whole time. That's. But. Sniff. I'm trying to give it to you, so why can't you just take it? I'm sorry. Don't cry. And just like that, it was time to make up. Alright, fine, let's split it. We'll share, okay? Here, this half is yours. Sniff. Okay. Thanks. Since the reasons for our fights were so silly, our reconciliations were always quick and easy. Now then, the reason I'm remembering all this is, we are now commencing our first fight as a married couple, because Yuika just announced it. As for how we got to this point, it was just a moment ago. Section. This is going over budget, right? Wait, maybe I should check with the supplier the Karasuma family uses. It was a certain Saturday morning, and I was working on tasks for the school festival committee in the living room. Hey, Yuika, about the supply order. Just then, Shukuin came out of his room, but... Whoa, Shukuin, those dark circles under your eyes are something else. Ha! I stayed up late last night working on a few things. Then you should have just slept more. Well, there are some things I really want to get done over the weekend. It was probably all related to the school festival. Once Shukuin takes on a responsibility, he pours his whole heart into it, very much like him. No bringing work into the house. That's why it's my job to make sure he doesn't overdo it. You're the one bringing work into the house, Yuika. Well, then I'll stop too. I'll finish this at school on Monday. With Shukuin throwing me a sidelong glance, I stuffed my documents into my bag. As of today, work is officially banned in this household. Fine. Let me just finish this one file, and yawn. Even while suppressing a yawn, Shukuin sat down next to me and placed his documents on the table. Nope, it's banned. I swiftly snatched the papers away. Hey, give those back. No way. Today is strictly for rest and relaxation. It's just 1 page. Actually, no, 2. Maybe 3. I really need to finish them. See? You'll never stop if you keep going like this. You've already been working ahead of schedule, so there's no need to ruin your weekend, is there? When everything's running smoothly, that's exactly when you need to prepare for unexpected issues. The closer we get to the event, the harder it'll be to recover if something goes wrong. Come on, hand it over, Fufu, then try and catch me. I dodged Shukuin's outstretched hand as he tried to retrieve his papers. The trick was to dangle the documents just out of reach while keeping them close to my body. Shukuin, being overly cautious about touching me, couldn't grab them too aggressively. If it's Shukuin, he could touch me anytime, anywhere. In fact, I wish he would. Hey, stop messing around. Oops. But today, Shukuin was being just a little more assertive. He gently placed his hand on my shoulder to stop me, so I... Gotcha. Whoa. I pulled him down with me, and we ended up sprawled on the sofa, with him bracing himself above me. So, instead of work, how about we do something fun? I whispered sweetly. Not that I expected anything to happen. Shukuin never acts on this kind of teasing. You sure about that? Ha! I'm serious, you know. Wait, what? Shukuin was leaning closer with a determined look on his face. Hold on, I'm not mentally prepared for this. At least let me take a bath first. I'll scrub every inch of myself clean. Though, honestly, I really like this assertive side of Shukuin. While I was internally panicking, Shukuin, here you go, casually plucked the papers out of my hand. Ha! I let out a dumbfounded noise, completely thrown off by how anticlimactic it was. Ah, work is so satisfying. Just let me finish this, and I'll be done. He sat back down and started working again as if nothing had happened. Gah, Shukuin, how dare you toy with my maiden heart? Fine, if that's how you want to play it. Which is more important to you, me or the school festival? I'm going full-on melodramatic girlfriend now. You, of course. But the school festival is important too. So, just wait a little, okay? Gah. What a perfect response. Curse you, school festival, stealing my Shukuin's attention. Wait, I've got it. This time, he won't be able to ignore me, and so, we are now commencing our first fight as a married couple. Section. And so it went. Of course, Yuika wasn't seriously angry. They say the more you argue, the closer you are. So, we need to fight now and then, right? If anything, she looked a little excited. Well, I guess this was her idea of play. Still, with her phrasing, I couldn't exactly ignore it. No choice but to go along. So, basically, this is like a debate, right? In that case, I'll start by explaining why finishing this work now is the most reasonable course of action. The defendant may not speak without permission. This doesn't feel like an argument anymore. My dictionary says this is a trial. Are we working with a different dictionary here? Speaking of trials, this reminds me. You just admitted it's a trial. And whatever you're remembering probably isn't good news. Hey, Shukuen. At the pool the other day, were you checking out Canon's chest? It didn't really feel like you were avoiding looking at me this time. Now I have additional charges. To be honest, if I admitted it, I might have glanced a little, just out of curiosity, comparing her to my sister-in-law. Look, it wasn't anything improper. It was more of a scientific observation. You could say, oh, so you did look. Can we stop expanding on these extra charges? Well, fine. This isn't the main issue, after all. I let out a small sigh of relief as she dropped the topic. But somehow, I'd completely fallen into Yuika's rhythm. Defendant, do you have any explanation for your working too much offense? Well, I just thought that by wrapping up the work I can handle alone over the weekend, I'd be free to handle team-related tasks more flexibly during the week. Guilty. Whose laws are we following here? Before I could finish my explanation, I was abruptly declared guilty, and my voice reflexively rose in protest. You know, Shukuen. Yuika's tone shifted, her expression softening as she looked at me. I think it's great that you're so responsible and that you understand the importance of creating a buffer. I really do. But then she added, if you push yourself too hard and end up getting sick, it'll all be for nothing, won't it? She looked straight into my eyes as she said this. It's not like I'm really overdoing it. That's a lie. Your dark circles are awful, you're blinking way more than usual, and your voice sounds a little hoarse too. I mean, it's not enough to call overdoing it, just a bit. Shukuen. Yuika continued to look at me intently. Are you really going to prioritize the school festival over your wife? Who's this worried about you? Her gaze wavered slightly as she said that. Geez. That's just unfair. Fine. You're right. It's not like I absolutely have to do this at home. I'll stop bringing work into the house. That's the spirit. When I set down the papers in surrender, Yuika nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I sentenced the defendant to a punishment of head pat. I still get punished. I let out a half laugh at her declaration, but I knew this was Yuika's way of caring for me. When Yukuen used to start tearing up, it always signaled the end of our arguments. And the way we'd make up was for me to pat Yukuen's head until the tears stopped. There. Although, these days, it seems like I'm the one being patted. You're working so hard, aren't you? But resting is part of the job too, okay? There. Being patted and soothed like this at my age was undeniably embarrassing, but, as punishment for making her worry, I accepted it. Yawn. Sleepiness hit me all at once, too strong to resist. I hadn't noticed while I was tense, but I really had been overdoing it. Thank you, Yuika. Section. Shukuen started to nod off, his head bobbing slightly. SUU. Leaning back against the sofa, he drifted into a light nap. Oh, wow. I couldn't help but let out a small sound at the rare sight. Shukuen has always been someone who has it all together. Because of that, I'd never seen him doze off like this. Actually, now that I think about it, this might be the first time I've seen his sleeping face since we've grown up. It felt a little like when a wild animal finally lets its guard down around you, just this quiet, happy moment that warms your heart. And besides, Fufu. When he's sleeping, his face looks softer, more innocent. It reminded me of the past, filling me with a gentle sense of nostalgia. The school festival is going to be so much fun, right? Still stroking his head, I spoke softly to his sleeping face. To be honest, I understand how Shukuen feels. He's probably not intentionally pushing himself too hard, he's just excited about the festival and can't help but dive in head first. I get it because I feel the same way. But that's why I'm here, to make sure he doesn't overdo it. Oh, that's right. An idea suddenly struck me, and I carefully reached for Shukuen's shoulder. Whoa. As expected of a guy, his upper body alone is pretty heavy. Making sure not to wake him, I gently and carefully tilted his body until, alright, there we go, welcome aboard. I guided his head onto my lap. The top spot goes to the cats, but among humans, of course, you're first, Shukuen. And naturally, you're second and third too. Because this spot, it's your special seat, reserved just for you. Munya. Tarako. Fufu, what kind of dream are you having? This close, I could fully enjoy the sight of Shukuen's peaceful sleeping face. For me too, this was a front row seat to something truly special. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 4. Childhood Friends and the Shore, everything falls into place. Several days after our first fight as a married couple. We had finished breakfast a bit earlier than usual, and now we were spending the free time before school in our own ways. Oh no, bringing work into the house again? Yuika, now in her school uniform, pointed teasingly at me as she emerged from her room. I'm just looking over it. Fufu, I know. I waved the printed cultural festival pamphlet lightly in the air, and she gave a small smile. Since that argument, I hadn't brought work home once, though, in fairness, there wasn't much work left to bring home. After all, the cultural festival was happening tomorrow. What looks fun, I wonder? I marked a few interesting things. Oh, let me see. Yuika moved behind me, leaning in to peek over my shoulder. She got so close, her cheek was nearly touching mine. Unlike me, who always needed an excuse to justify being that close, she closed the gap naturally. Honestly, it made my heart race every time. Yakisoba and frankfurters are a must, right? Absolutely. Classics. I replied calmly, consciously trying not to let my voice betray my nerves. Oh, they're doing a giant maze in the gym? Yeah, I heard from the class rep that it's pretty elaborate. Sounds so fun. And the paper airplane competition next to it looks like a good challenge for competitive spirits. Totally. I'd love to win that. Oh, and look, Canon and Kazua's class is doing a casino. That one's got me curious too, even setting aside that they're friends of ours. As we chatted and browsed the pamphlet together, Yuika suddenly made an observation. All the stuff you marked looks like things I'd enjoy. Well, yeah, I marked the stuff I thought you'd like. Ha! She blinked at me in surprise, her eyes wide. You should pick places you want to visit too, Shukuen. The places you want to visit are the places I want to visit. Oh, come on. She clearly thought I was joking, but I was completely serious. Well, I guess our tastes are pretty similar anyway. Exactly. But more than that, seeing her having fun beside me is what makes it worth it. Oh, right. After finishing our review of the pamphlet, I tucked it into my bag and casually brought up something I'd remembered. Yuika, didn't you say you wanted to read The Owl That Cries at Night? Ha! Oh, yeah, I mentioned it the other day. I saw the movie adaptation, but the ending was kind of unsatisfying. Apparently, the original novel has a different ending. It's an older book, though, so it's out of print and hard to find. Even has a bit of a collector's premium now. Well, yesterday on my way back, I happened to stop by a used bookstore. I reached into my bag and pulled out a small paperback. And I saw it there, so I picked it up for you. Wow, seriously? When I showed her the cover of The Owl That Cries at Night, her eyes lit up. Thank you so much. What a coincidence. I heard they're remaking it into a movie again soon. By the time it's released, they'll probably reprint the novel, but... Really? That's cool. But I wanted to read it now, so this helps a ton. Yuika's genuine happiness made it worth every penny. Shukuen, how do you know so much about this stuff? I just happened to catch something about it on the news and remembered. When's the remake supposed to come out? Probably next year, but... Let me check. I pulled out my phone and opened the browser. As Yuika leaned in to watch, I started typing the title into the search bar. And that's when it hit me. Ah. I realized I'd made a mistake. Section. Ha. When Shu tapped the search bar, his search history popped up. At the very top were the words, The Owl That Cries at Night, used books, and stock. Shukuen, this. Well. Yes. He averted his eyes, but even his ears were flushed red. You specifically searched for a store with it in stock? Well, yes. And even though you've been busy with the cultural festival, you went out of your way to buy it? Well, yes. And then, to make sure I wouldn't feel pressured, you pretended it was just a coincidence. It would help if you didn't spell it all out like that. While Shu wasn't looking, I let my cheeks loosen into the widest grin, and checking out all the spots at the cultural festival that I might like. Because, honestly, this is just... Shukuin, you're always thinking about me, aren't you? Or at least, that's what it feels like. I do. Whoa, danger. Shu started to look up, so I quickly switched to a mischievous expression. Wait, what did he just say? I always think about you. His face was still a little red, but Shu gave me a small smile. All the time, Yuika! Exclamation point. That's such a sneaky counterattack. Between this and what happened in the classroom the other day, hasn't Shu been leveling up lately? Is he trying to flirt with me? My heart's already on fire, and now he's pouring fuel on it. I'm about to combust here. War. Hold it together, my facial muscles. Okay, I think I managed to hold it together. Probably. Well, I'm always thinking about you too, Shukuin. So I guess that makes us even. But, honestly, I was at my limit. Anyway, time to head to school. Before Shu could respond, I spun on my heel and made a quick exit from the room. See you later. Have a good day. We exchanged farewells over my shoulder as I headed to the entrance, my thoughts racing. If I'm being honest, without getting too full of myself, I think I take up a pretty big part of Shu's thoughts. He always considers my feelings, always does the things I want him to do. Sometimes it's even a bit overwhelming, but it makes me really happy. Still, being so in love that you can't help but think about the other person all the time. If Shu feels the same way about me, that would be the best thing ever, wouldn't it? Section. After an embarrassing start to the day, it was finally after school. That concludes all the preparations. Great work, everyone. Woohoo. My classmates cheered enthusiastically in unison at my announcement. Let's bring our A-game tomorrow for the festival. Woohoo. Yuika's words earned the same lively response. Let's aim for Class 8 to win, fight, outage. Woohoo. Finally, after responding to Tokuhosha-san's spirited cheer with an even louder one, the group dispersed. Incidentally, our cultural festival doesn't actually have a ranking system. Still, I suppose the sentiment was about giving it our best. Probably. So that's the end of the preparation period. As I locked up the classroom, my voice came out unexpectedly sentimental. Preparations are done, and the festival starts tomorrow. So, you know, Yuika, who had stayed back to help me lock up, had a knowing smile, like she'd just come up with an idea. How about we take a little stroll around the school? Sure, why not? I had to drop off the keys at the teacher's lounge anyway. A small detour wouldn't hurt, but what was her goal? Let's have our own little pre-festival celebration. I see. Yuika really has a knack for coming up with fun ideas. The sadness I'd felt about the preparation period ending was quickly replaced with a growing excitement. Alright, let's do a pre-opening exploration. Yeah. In the hallway, we raised our hands slightly, speaking in hushed voices since others might still be around. That said, the halls were already pretty empty. Most classes probably didn't have much work left the day before the festival. We've seen everything on this floor already. Yeah, we've been watching it all come together for days. As we walked leisurely through the sunset-lit hallway, we chatted about what we'd seen. Okay, let's head to the next floor. Got it. Our classroom was on the 3rd floor, and the teacher's lounge was on the 1st. On the way, we decided to explore the 2nd floor, which we didn't usually visit. Whoa, it feels like a completely different world down here. Each class really has its own vibe, right? We marveled at the colorful decorations, balloons, banners, and giant murals covering entire classroom windows. Every class was clearly putting in their best effort to grab visitors' attention. Should we put some balloon art outside our classroom, too? Good idea. If we just add the finished ones tomorrow morning, it'll be quick and easy. It was a great suggestion that would also use up some of the balloon art Takahashi-san had made in abundance. I'd propose it to the class tomorrow morning. As we alternated between meaningful discussions and light-hearted banter, we continued exploring the school. By the time we'd wandered for quite a while, most people had left, and the halls were completely empty. Hey, let's check over there too. Yuika naturally grabbed my hand and led the way, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It used to be like this all the time. I couldn't help but hope this could become normal again. When I gently squeezed her hand in return, she glanced back at me with a small, pleased smile. We're almost done exploring the whole school. Yeah. Oh, right. Before we finish. Yuika, now a few steps ahead, turned to face me and started walking backward. Careful, you'll trip if you don't watch where you're going. I'm fine, whoa. In a perfect act of instant karma, Yuika stepped on a stray marker and lost her balance. Without thinking, I pulled her by the hand and caught her by the waist, holding her close. See? I told you. I managed to keep my voice steady, though my heart was racing. Section. You're right. Sorry, and thank you. I focused hard on keeping any trace of fluster out of my voice. Too close, too strong, too handsome. Naturally, I was in full-on panic mode. I mean, just holding hands already had me at my limit, and now this close, seriously. So, what were you about to say earlier? What? Still not letting go, are we? I'm happy, so happy. Honestly, I don't ever want this to stop. But my heart, it's about to give out any second now. Which means, before we head back, how about? I blurted out the suggestion I was going to make earlier, using it as my escape route. Section. When it's actually set up like this, it looks pretty impressive, doesn't it? Totally. At Yuika's suggestion, we stood together, looking up at the arch that would welcome visitors to the cultural festival. It had been painstakingly crafted by the festival's planning committee and was finally installed today. Tomorrow, the area would be crowded, so now was the perfect time to appreciate it. The teachers said it's especially well made this year, didn't they? Well, they might say that every year. Oh, come on, don't be so cynical. That said, even to my eyes, the arch seemed more impressive than usual. Maybe I was biased, though. But this feeling of accomplishment. I wonder when I last felt something like this. Of course, I didn't make it alone. Still, I felt proud that I had helped build something so big with my own hands. Thanks to everyone's cooperation, our class preparations had gone smoothly too. This is all thanks to you, Yuika. No, it's not. She cut me off before I could finish. In truth, I believed it was because of Yuika that I'd been able to change and make it this far. This is the result of your own choices, Shukuen, and what you worked hard to achieve. Her words spread a warm feeling through my chest. If anything, I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't volunteered to be on the committee, I probably wouldn't have done it either. Thank you for making the preparation period so much fun. Thank you. It was strange, thanking someone for their gratitude, but I wanted to express it nonetheless. Hearing Yuika say that made me feel like I could have a little more confidence. That it was okay for me to stay by her side. Section. And so, the day of the cultural festival finally arrived. Welcome. Here's your hot sandwich set. Thanks for waiting. Yes, a milk tea. Got it. That'll be 500 yen, please. Thankfully, our cosplay cafe was thriving. The delicious tea, courtesy of Yuika's expertise, combined with the unbeatable prices made possible by our school's generous budget, had customers pouring in. And, of course, here you go, my lady. I hope you enjoy. Kia, a werewolf butler, Ita, wearing a brown wig with wolf ears and matching whiskers, looked ruggedly handsome, adding to the wild charm. Hello. I'm the elf taking your order today. That's a pretty carefree elf. Amami, with long, pointed ears, colored contacts, and a fairy-like outfit that gave her an air of mystery, still kept her usual playful demeanor. Careful, it's hot. Please enjoy. An angel. No doubt about it, an angel. Shiratori, dressed in a pure white outfit complete with wings and a halo, looked impossibly cute with her small, animal-like charm. This is it, isn't it? The cosplay cafe everyone's been talking about. Wow, the rumors about the looks here weren't exaggerated. The level here is insane. And so, the real reason for our cafe's success became clear. Alright, it's done. Here's your balloon art, titled Life. Wow. I asked for a flower, but this is something else entirely. I aimed to capture the fleeting beauty of a flower that blooms with dignity, even as it wilts. Just like the rumors said, thank you for the avant-garde masterpiece. Even Takahoshi's improvised balloon art gifts were a hit, despite her limited vision due to her mummy costume. Seriously, how is she pulling this off? Still, the person drawing the most attention was, "Hey, miss, can you make this tea even tastier? Like, with a momo-kyun or something? I'm sorry, but we don't offer that kind of service at this cafe." Or, "Come on, you're a witch, aren't you? You should be good at that kind of thing." Turning my focus toward the voice, I saw Yuika being hassled by 2 male customers. Wearing a black robe and a pointed hat, with purple makeup to complete her mysterious look, Yuika was undeniably eye-catching. I couldn't help but admire her as I made my way over. "Hey, miss, why don't you ditch this place and come hang out with us? There are so many staff here, no one will miss you." "Yeah, come on." Of all things, we actually got the stereotypical troublesome customers. I thought vaguely about how our practice for this sort of situation wasn't nearly enough. "Gentlemen." I stepped in between Yuika and the men, smiling as I addressed them. "This is our cafe's signature attraction. I'm afraid we can't allow her to leave." "Ha! Oh. Ah." Caught off guard, they glanced at my face and flinched slightly. "And here," I added, placing a small vial on the table with a soft clink. The men exchanged a confused look before inspecting the vial. "Is this blood?" They probably thought so because of my vampire cosplay. But of course, it wasn't. It's strawberry jam. If you mix it into your tea instead of sugar, it adds a fruity flavor. It's delicious, I assure you. "Oh. Okay." The 2 looked completely deflated, their earlier energy drained. Perfect timing. "Please enjoy your time here." With a deepened smile, I subtly guided Yuika away from their table. "Thanks," she whispered softly, smiling up at me. That gentle, reserved smile, like a dignified witch showing gratitude only to me, made my heart race. "It's just part of the job," I muttered in an almost curt tone. Later, though, I started feeling embarrassed. Looking back, my response was way too theatrical, wasn't it? I mean, I was trying to play it cool and stay in character as a vampire, but that wasn't how it was supposed to go. Section. Whoa, that was so cool. What was that just now? That smooth, perfect way of handling the customers without upsetting them, while subtly meeting their demands. Genius. Not to mention, today's Shukuin is just unfairly handsome. The slicked back hair giving him a more mature vibe, the black cape that suits him perfectly, and those sharp fangs peeking out from his lips, so sexy. It's no wonder those guys flinched when he appeared out of nowhere. I've lost count of how many times I've been mesmerized just looking at him today. I want Shukuin to bite me. Hey, Mr. Vampire. Want to suck my blood? Please, go ahead, bite me on the neck. Ha! Wait, did I just say that out loud? No, that's not it. Come on, sink your teeth into my neck. I'm sorry, but this cafe does not offer that kind of service. Oh no, now Shukuin's the one dealing with a troublesome customer. Time for me to step in and help him. Wait, hold on. Then what about outside the cafe? When do you get off work, mister? Wait a second, that's Canon. What's she even doing? Excuse me, but we can't have customers bothering our staff. Oh, come on, I was just having a little chat. I forced a smile while keeping a tight grip on my irritation, which was threatening to crack my composure. Canon, on the other hand, showed no signs of remorse. Ha! Oh, it's you, sis. I didn't recognize you. You're even more beautiful than usual. What are you even? Still, being complimented didn't feel bad, and my irritation lessened a bit. By the way, you and Mr. Vampire look so good together. Excuse me, would it be all right if I took a photo? What? That voice. From behind. No way. Grandma. I spun around, and sure enough, there she was, sitting at a table with a digital camera in hand. Why are you here? The festival's open to the public. There's no reason I can't be here. I mean, I guess that's true, but still, isn't it embarrassing to be seen by family like this? Anyway, can I take the photo or not? Is it a yes or no? I exchanged a glance with Shukuen. According to the cafe's rules, photos are allowed as long as the subjects agree. I don't mind, Shukuen said calmly. Then, I'm fine with it too. Great. Let's get started. Grandma aimed the camera at us. You two look so stiff. Come on, strike a pose. We stood awkwardly side by side until Canon called out. Well, she had a point, it'd be a waste to just stand there in these costumes. Like this. And I'll do this. Shukuen crossed his arms with a haughty air, flashing a sharp smile that showed off his fangs. Meanwhile, I leaned back slightly, aiming for a cool expression as I lightly touched his chin with my finger. Despite myself, I was really getting into it. Nice, nice. Perfect. Say cheese. At Canon's cue, the shutter clicked. Look. It turned out amazing. Canon peeked at the camera's screen, and I hesitantly followed suit. She was right, the photo had a great atmosphere, almost like it was professionally staged. And Shukuen's rare costume and rare expression? Amazing. I want this photo for myself. I'll send you the data later, Grandma murmured, as if reading my thoughts. Yes, please do. There was no other possible answer. Section. A short while ago, it had been incredibly hectic, but as lunchtime passed, the flow of customers began to settle down. Now, there wasn't a line, and the remaining customers were enjoying relaxed conversations. Amidst the calm, I caught a snippet of conversation. Hey, have you heard? There's this thing where couples who get a giant heart during the cultural festival are destined to be together forever. Oh, yeah. My senior from club told me about that. I didn't think this school had such a classic legend. First years, maybe. I overheard the pair of girls chatting nearby. Wait, that's a thing. I leaned closer to Takahashi, who was on standby with me, and whispered the question. Oh, you mean the legend of the giant heart? That's what it's called. No, I just made that up, she replied nonchalantly. Oh, right. I couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. To be honest, I didn't even know about it until this year. Like, why didn't anyone tell me something this fun existed sooner? Really? Yeah. My dad's an alumnus of this school too, and when I asked him, he said he knew about it. So apparently, this legend has been around for a while. Interesting. And that's why I'm determined to find it, she declared with enthusiasm. Wait, does that mean you're seeing someone? This was news to me. I wonder who it could be, maybe someone I know? Obviously not, as you already know. Her expression screamed, what are you even talking about? While I could only think, no, that's the face I should be making right now. If that's the case, doesn't the legend not really matter to you? But isn't it exciting to uncover a hidden treasure? Haha, yeah, I get that. Her enthusiasm was infectious. Honestly, I was getting a bit excited myself. And besides, Ita, it's your turn in the kitchen. Got it. Shu came out of the kitchen corner, and my gaze instinctively followed him. Karasuma-san, something wrong? No, nothing. Really? Well, if you say so. Being bound to Shu forever. That would be amazing, but it'd be hard to go searching together. Thinking about it now, walking around the cultural festival as a pair would obviously look like a date. Unless Takahashi or Ita joined us. But their break times don't line up with ours. Hey, Shu-chan and Yuika-chan, it's your turn for a break, right? Yeah. Yep. Then sorry, but could you both wear this sign and walk around the school together? Just having you two side by side will be great advertising. Ita handed us a sign that read 3 to 8 Cosplay Cafe with an apologetic smile. But it was clear this was a setup to help us. Good job, Ita. Now we had a perfect excuse to walk around together. In exchange, you can take an extra long break. Though, I guess that's not something I can decide on my own. He scratched his cheek awkwardly, glancing at the other hall members. Yeah, sounds good. Nice idea, Takuchi. With the current pace, we don't need this many people here. True, it'd be a waste to keep them cooped up indoors when they could be drawing in customers. Ita casually secured everyone's agreement, showing once again how smooth he could be. Then, we'll take on the advertising role, Shu replied. Same here, I added, intentionally speaking in a tone loud enough to sound natural, while accepting the sign. As I turned to leave, I subtly gave Ita a thumbs up from an angle Shu couldn't see. He responded with a playful wink. Section. Class 3 to 8 is running a cosplay cafe. Feeling full yet? Come visit us on the 3rd floor of the main building. We've been eating everything in sight. Enjoy delicious tea, sweets, and even get a balloon art gif. Should we start heading toward Canon and Kazua-chan's class soon? Careful, the ART's actually artistic, so beware. I was just thinking the same thing. While properly promoting the cafe, we kept up a hushed conversation. At the same time, my eyes were scanning the surroundings. Hearts, hearts. That stain on the wall kinda looks like a heart, doesn't it? No, that's pushing it. Oh, a heart-shaped balloon. And that fan too. But the size isn't quite right. There are hearts here and there, but none scream this is it. Karasuma-san, looking for something? What? No, I'm just distracted by all the fun stuff around. Haha, I get it. That was close. If I looked like I was desperately searching, it'd be like outright confessing my feelings. Wait. By the way, I casually changed the subject. I've heard that Japanese school festivals have a lot of these urban legends. Does ours have anything like that? Are you asking the right person? I didn't even have anyone to talk about festivals with until last year. Haha. With a slight chuckle, I confirmed my suspicion he didn't know. Even Takahashi only found out this year, so it must be a pretty obscure one. Hey, Takuan, let's totally find that heart together. Yeah. Let's make our love eternal. Michin, isn't that heart the one? It's not exactly giant, though, is it? I believe a heart might be hidden in plain sight, where everyone can see it, but it only becomes a heart when viewed from a specific angle. That's my theory. Ahaha, Mosoki-kun, you're so clever. I bet you're right. Or maybe not. Either way, it's convenient that Shu doesn't know about the legend. Then again, he might hear about it from someone, so I'll keep my search quiet. Kazua's class is running a casino, right? Yeah, let's go clean them out. Lost in thought, we arrived at Canon's classroom. Welcome, welcome. It seemed Canon, in her usual over-the-top style, and the monotone Kazua were on shift. In bunny girl outfits. A casino demands this look, right? My idea, by the way, Canon exclaimed. For once, I can admit it's a decent idea, Kazua replied dryly. Canon gave a flashy wink, and Kazua continued in her usual calm tone. Hey, is this okay? In every sense. Of course. The student council approved it. Canon declared proudly. Rest assured, we're legal bunnies. Can't believe they approved this. Well, the student council president looks strict but is surprisingly easygoing. Inside, they offered card games, dice games, and roulette. Here are 10 chips to start. Enjoy, Kazua said as she handed me the paper tokens. Bet your chips, win big, and get fabulous prizes. Canon added with a playful peace sign near her face, causing a certain bounce. Canon's size made her outfit look dangerously precarious. Hey, stop staring. She glared at me, crossing her arms to cover herself. This is already reserved for Shuichi-senpai. Whoa, even Shu must be flustered by this. I don't recall owning anything like that. Cool response, what a relief. Well, for Shuichi-senpai, touching is totally fine too. Then, as a cultural festival organizer, I'd have to shut you down. But that outfit does suit you. Yay. After giving Canon his usual reserved praise, Shu turned to Kazua. You look great too, Kazua. Fufu, has my overwhelming sexiness captivated you? Yup, totally smitten. If it's you, brother, I suppose a little touching is acceptable. Thanks, but I'll pass. Shu handled their antics calmly as usual while I watched with a mix of awe and amusement. Canon, have you heard about the legend? The giant heart one? Yeah, if you know about it, this'll be quick. Canon glanced toward the prize corner, and I followed her gaze. Look, we've got it right here. Sure enough, an enormous heart-shaped cushion, large enough to fit an adult, was prominently displayed. Of course, the chip cost is a little high. Who do you think you're talking to? I prided myself on my luck. I did meet Shu, after all. Got it. The heart's mine. Congrats. Woohoo. Congratulations, dear sister Yuika-senpai. Turns out, I was pretty lucky today and managed to win the heart-shaped cushion with ease. Did you really want it that much? Shu asked, smiling warmly. Yeah, because I almost spilled the beans about the legend and quickly clamped my mouth shut. Think fast, excuse time. It'd be great to have in the living room for lounging. Haha, true. It looks comfy. Phew, he bought it. But as I arranged to have it shipped, doubts crept in. This was supposed to make Shu and me eternal, but why didn't it feel that way? Maybe because it was too easy to get. Or because it was just a cushion from the festival. Or maybe this wasn't even the right giant heart. I couldn't shake the feeling there was still something bigger out there. So, I resolved to keep searching until the festival ended. Even if it seemed physically impossible for something bigger to exist. Section. Fried ice cream is so good. Now that you mention it, this is one of those mysterious foods you only ever eat at cultural festivals. After leaving the casino, Yuika and I continued enjoying the festival with the promotional sign hanging around our necks. Oh. Spotting a sign up ahead, I got an idea for a little mischief. A haunted house. Wanna go in? Shukuen, you're so mean. I grinned as I said it, earning a slightly pouty glare from Yuika. So cute. I see now, it's true what they say about wanting to tease someone you like. At 18, I finally understood the mindset of an elementary school boy. Just as I was reflecting on that. Yuika. Calling her name softly, I pulled Yuika close by the shoulder. A man walking toward us was about to accidentally bump into her, so it was a reflexive decision. Oops, sorry about that. I quickly apologized for touching her so suddenly and let go of her shoulder. Foo-foo, there's nothing to apologize for, right? Thanks. Yuika smiled, clearly understanding my intention completely. But even after I let go, she didn't step away. With so many people around, we should stick close to avoid bumping into anyone, right? She said this as she hugged my arm tightly. You might be right. It reminded me of the countless times we'd done this during our honeymoon. No, that's not true. I wasn't used to this at all. Just feeling Yuika's warmth so close made my heart race. I tried my best to keep a calm expression, not letting my nerves show, when suddenly, excuse me, could we take a picture with you? That cosplay looks amazing on you too. Two women, who seemed to be from another school, approached us with smartphones in hand. Sure, I don't mind. Would you like us to pose a certain way? By now, we were used to these requests. It was the fifth one today, after all. No, just as you are is perfect. All right, here we go. Click. The sound of a smartphone shutter echoed. Thank you so much. No problem, it was nothing. Our class is running a cosplay cafe. Please come by if you're interested. Of course. We'll definitely check it out. Wow, I can't wait. The two women responded enthusiastically to our promotion. It seemed like we were fulfilling our role as walking advertisements pretty well. They looked like such a great couple, didn't they? Such eye candy. As they walked away, their voices carried back to us. You know, Yuika said softly, looking up at me from beside me. They think we're a couple. Well, with this setup, I guess it's inevitable. If I wanted to avoid any risk of people discovering the truth about us, we should separate as soon as possible. But this way, we seem to attract more attention, so it's probably better for promotion, right? Yeah, maybe. Using that excuse, we stayed as we were, arms linked, and continued walking. You two. Right now, We're running a couples-only event. How about joining in? It's super simple, all you have to do is take a photo together. Someone called out to us from a nearby classroom. We'll display it with a message, so it'll help promote the event. They added, glancing at the signs hanging around our necks. If it's for promotion. Right. Yeah. With another convenient excuse, we nodded to each other. Great. Let me guide you both inside. But this decision turned out to be premature. We really should have asked for more details. Here's your couples-only juice. What? We both froze at the sight of the drink placed in front of us. There was only one glass, decorated with 2 intertwining straws. One of those kinds of drinks. We'll take a Polaroid of you both sipping the juice. Some couples even ask for a kissing shot. Would you like to try that too? Jay, just the juice, please. In reality, we didn't have much of a choice. Well then, go ahead. The staff member readied the camera. We couldn't delay too long. Also, I told myself as another convenient excuse. Sharing a glance with Yuika, we both leaned toward the straws. It's no big deal. Nothing at all. I faced far greater challenges in life. Wait, too close, too close. She's so cute. So beautiful. Taking the shot now. Click. The shutter went off, and I inwardly sighed with relief. Finally, we could stop now. We'll take one more for you to take home, so please stay just like that. What? That's a thing too. Section. Fufu, let's put this one in the album too, okay? Yeah. Having survived the trial, I managed to put on a playful smile while waving the photo we'd just received. But that distance earlier. We were practically one step away from kissing. A kiss. A kiss, huh? Will the day ever come when that happens? Kissing Shu. Oh my gosh. Just imagining it makes my heart feel like it's going to explode. Yuika. Yeah. Lost in my secret daydream, I was startled when Shu called my name softly. Quickly masking my thoughts, I looked up at him. Then Shu reached out toward my face. Wait, huh? The chin tilt. Is this really happening? Is it actually kiss time right now? Did that scene earlier max out Shu's kiss gauge too? There's juice splashed here. Yeah. Of course. Should have known. As Shu wiped my chin, I barely managed to suppress an awkward laugh. Fufu. I tried once again to put on a mischievous smile. For a second there, I thought you were going to kiss me. I'd never do something like that. Shu's flustered reaction was adorable, and I couldn't help but grin as I watched him. Of course. There's no way he'd kiss me. After all, I'm not someone Shu sees that way. But me. I'd do it in a heartbeat if I could. Section. Of course. There's no way a kiss would happen. Unless Yuika wanted it. But if she did, then even right now, no. Don't think about such indecent things. Hey, let's go over there next. Unlike me, lost in strange thoughts, Yuika pointed ahead with her usual calm expression. The fortune-telling room? That does sound interesting. There might even be a hint for something. A hint? Her comment made me tilt my head in confusion. No, nothing. Come on, let's go. Her hasty dodge was obvious, but I decided not to press further. Whoa, this is pretty legit. The atmosphere's nice. The dim lighting gave the room a mystical vibe, enhanced by the soft aroma in the air. Inside, the classroom was divided into several booths. According to the explanation by the entrance, the booths with open curtains were available. That one's open. The others are full, right? So, we entered the only available booth. Welcome to the fortune-telling room. Oh. The solemn tone was interrupted by a slightly playful lilt. I was just as surprised. Who would have thought we'd run into someone we knew here? President Saizen, you look great in that outfit. This is your class. The school president was wearing a black robe that suited her usual composed demeanor perfectly. Although, now that I think about it, how often does she actually seem composed? You two look stunning as well. It's like seeing a supernatural couple. Her comment hit uncomfortably close to the truth, and I had to resist the urge to stiffen. Haha. Well, as you might guess, our class is doing a cosplay cafe. We got roped into being the promotional team. My apologies. I forgot that Kono-senpai has a very important fiancé. With a teasing tone, she indirectly acknowledged that we weren't together voluntarily. Although, the so-called important fiancé is actually the girl standing right next to me. My specialty is tarot reading. Is there anything specific you'd like me to read for? Asking this, Zaizen began shuffling the cards with practiced ease. This is a hobby of mine, and I've been told it's surprisingly accurate, she added with a mischievous smile, as if she'd seen through my thoughts. Yuika, anything you want to ask? I'll leave it up to the president. After a moment of thought, Yuika gave a thumbs up. Understood. Then let's do a general reading about your near future as a pair. Setting up the cards, Zaizen closed her eyes and muttered something under her breath, flipping the cards with deliberate care. We watched her work with interest. When she finished, Zaizen nodded once. The reading says the two of you will experience a shocking event at school today. Wow. For both of us. Ooh, what could it be? I can't wait, Yuika said, her excitement completely unhidden. As for me, I wasn't exactly the type to believe in fortune-telling. But with Yuika, shocking things seemed to happen all the time. I couldn't help but feel a little excited myself, wondering what might come next. Section. After saying goodbye to the president, we exited the fortune-telling room. I wonder what the shocking event will be. I'm so excited. Well, it's a cultural festival, so there's bound to be some kind of surprise or incident. Or maybe nothing will happen at all during the festival. Ah, I see. So it might happen at the after-party instead. Exactly. We can't let our guard down until the very end. Laughing together, we had no idea that what awaited us after this would be far more shocking. Something so unforgettable it would stay with us for the rest of our lives. Chapter 5, on the main stage. After touring the campus and checking out the outdoor stalls, we headed to the audience seats of the main stage. Our target was Destru YYYYYYYY. On stage, Takahashi was shouting into the microphone. She had formed a band with her friends and was performing in one of the open slots. I heard one of her friends compose the music, while Takahashi wrote the lyrics for their original song this time, but break down this school. Or better yet, I'll break it myself. Destroy the school. Destroy Japan. Do you think Takahashi is actually stressed about something? She's singing with such a bright smile, though. Next to me, Yuika had a similar half-amused look as she commented. Well, she does sing punk songs at karaoke all the time, so she probably just genuinely loves this stuff. It's just not the kind of lyrics you expect at a cultural festival. And her expression doesn't match the words either. As long as she's having fun, it's fine, right? Yeah, true. Takahashi and her friends looked like they were having the time of their lives, and that's all that mattered. No problem at all. For a while, we enjoyed Takahashi and her band's performance. Thank you so much. Drenched in sweat but with a radiant smile, Takahashi and her bandmates bowed deeply to the audience, receiving a thunderous round of applause. Of course, we clapped as hard as we could too. So, should we check out somewhere else? There's time to stick around and watch the next act. Wonder what it'll be, as I was considering that it depended on the next performance. Thank you to the Girls Destroyers for that amazing performance. The one now stepping onto the stage, apparently acting as the MC for the main stage, was President Zaizen, the Student Council President. Next up, we have the Broadcasting Club's annual Mr. Contest. Oh, they have something like that. Yeah, it's a yearly tradition. Though, to be honest, I'd never actually watched it before. Sounds fun. Can we stay and watch? Of course. There was no way I'd refuse Yuika when she wanted to watch something. Besides, I was genuinely curious about events like this these days. I'll be your host for the Mr. Contest, continuing from earlier, President Zaizen speaking. Ha! Yuika tilted her head at President Zaizen's words. Wait, the Broadcasting Club is organizing this, but the president's the MC? Oh, yeah. President Zaizen is also the head of the Broadcasting Club. Wow, that must keep her super busy. Yeah, she's definitely insanely busy. But apparently, She's enjoying every moment of it. Ha! When I relayed what President Saizen had told me the other day, Yuika gave me an oddly sharp side-eye. Section. Talking about her like this, you must have gotten pretty close to the president, right? We just chat sometimes, that's all. Even as I gave Shu a sideways glare, he remained perfectly composed, shrugging casually. But, during the preparation period, I had noticed something. Shu, didn't you have a lot more chances to talk to the president than everyone else? Well, I was the one in charge of reporting to her. But other classes didn't report that often, right? It's better to over-communicate than under-communicate, isn't it? You say that, but could it be you were aiming for the president herself? Haha, no way. Ha, that was totally a joke, but wasn't his reaction a little strange just now? No, I don't seriously think there's a chance. Still, the dynamic between Shu and the president does feel peculiar. It's not a simple senior-junior or even a friendly relationship. It's more like teammates. There's this odd sense of camaraderie about them. Could it be? Karasuma-san, is this seat taken? Oh, Date-kun. I turned to see our classmate Date standing nearby. He's from the judo club and a pretty big guy, but outside practice, he always wears stylish glasses that match his surname. Honestly, his timing couldn't have been better. Sure, take a seat. Your leg's still in rough shape, right? Date's right leg was still in a cast after he broke it during practice recently. I'm used to it now. I caused trouble for everyone in class though, including you too. It's no trouble at all. Not even a little. Actually, your unexpected dexterity was a huge help. Honestly, you were way more useful than Ita. We clearly picked the wrong person for the job at first. Haha, thanks. Alright, now that the conversation had settled, it was time to strike. Hey, Date-kun, I whispered as Shu turned his attention back to the stage. Can I ask you for a tiny favor? Date kindly agreed to my little request. Hey, Shu, look over here. I nudged Shu's arm a few times to get his attention. What is it, huh? Shu looked at me and froze, surprise flashing across his face. The reason? I was adjusting the glasses I'd borrowed from Date, pushing them up and down with a grin. Karasuma Yuika, now in glasses mode. Haha, they suit you. That's it. You look cute. Fufu, thanks. Though Shu's compliment was nice, his reaction was, well, pretty standard. Maybe I was wrong. I'd wondered if Shu and the president might secretly bond over being part of some glasses enthusiast alliance, but, hello. Yeah, now? I just got to the stage, but fine, I'll head over. Next to me, Date was on the phone, his voice cutting through my thoughts. Sorry, you too. The club needs me to help out, so I gotta go. Oh, then here, let me return these. Thanks. Don't worry about it. You can keep them for a while if you'd like. Nah, I got what I wanted out of it. Gotcha, that's good then. After handing back the glasses, Date left, leaning on his crutches. You borrowed those from Date. Watching Date leave, Shu's expression was a bit off. Yap. They looked good, didn't they? Yeah, they looked good, but Shu trailed off, his tone suddenly uncertain. I don't think you should be doing that kind of thing so lightly. Ha! What do you mean? Like indirect glasses sharing, or something? Fut. The bizarre term caught me off guard, and I burst into laughter. Ahahaha. Indirect glasses sharing? Seriously? It's not funny. Wait, you're actually serious? Shu didn't seem like he was joking, and his serious tone made me straighten up. Guys are stupid enough to read too much into little things like that. You think borrowing glasses would make someone fall for me? Come on, Date-kun wasn't even like that. He has a girlfriend, sure. But borrowing glasses means you don't dislike the person, right? Well, yeah. I guess you wouldn't borrow something from someone you hate. And from there, it's not far for a guy to start thinking, wait, does she like me? That leap in logic is way shorter than you'd expect. Guys are really like that. Probably. So maybe avoid doing stuff like that in the future. Sure. Wait. Now that I think about it, could it be? Shu is a little jealous. Fufu, nah, no way. He's just looking out for me like always. Yup, nothing unusual here. Just the same old Shu. Section. Honestly, I think I'm such a petty guy. What I told Yuika just now wasn't a lie, but it was more of an excuse. To be truthful, I felt a little uneasy earlier. Sharing or borrowing something someone's wearing, it feels like a pretty intimate thing. Of course, I know there's absolutely no such feelings between the two of them. Still, selfishly, I thought to myself, I wish she wouldn't do that with anyone but me. Am I really this jealous of a person? Laughing so much made me thirsty. Can I have a sip of that? Before I could react, Yuika snatched the juice cup from my hand. Without hesitation, she placed her lips on the straw. So good. Didn't I just tell you not to do things like that so casually? Forget the whole indirect glasses thing. This is a textbook case of a guy getting the wrong idea. Relax, it's fine, really, Yuika said, leaning closer to my ear. Because I wouldn't do this with anyone but you. She's aware. Yuika does understand the boundaries with guys. But it seems that her best friend doesn't fall under those boundaries. Still, moments like this make even me start to misunderstand. Section. As for the Mr. Contest results, thanks to everyone who voted for me. Love you all. By the way, my class, 3 to 8, is running a cosplay cafe, so if you have time, please drop by. Somehow, Ita won. On stage, wearing the winner's sash, he waved cheerfully to the crowd with his trademark flashy demeanor. Why did he even enter? It was self-nomination, right? His ego's basically Everest level. Well, considering he actually won, maybe he deserves it. That demonstration he did during the appeal time was really impressive. Fair point. If you don't know what he's like on the inside, you could definitely be fooled into thinking he's cool. Still, if you had entered, Shu, I bet you would have won. Not a chance. I don't know, I think you could have pulled it off. Honestly, Shu probably would have done well if he'd entered. But it's better this way. If he got too much attention and ended up super popular, that would have been a problem, right? Anyway, we should get going soon. Oh, yeah, you're right. When Shu checked his watch, I did the same. It was almost time for the Cultural Festival Committee's scheduled briefing. Afterward, we'd have our class shift again, but if the briefing wrapped up quickly, we might have some free time. Even while exploring the festival and watching performances, I'd secretly been keeping an eye out for that giant heart, but so far, I hadn't found anything that fit the description. If possible, I wanted a little more time to keep searching. Please, let the briefing go smoothly and end quickly, or so I hoped, but reality had other plans. Big sis. Shu-senpai, please, I'm begging you, enter the best couple contest. As soon as Canon appeared, she clapped her hands together and pleaded with us. We don't have enough participants. We really need at least one more pair for it to look good. No, it'd be a problem if we entered as a couple. She was probably worried about our relationship being exposed. Walking around the festival together was one thing, but entering the best couple contest, that would be impossible to explain away. Not that it'd immediately lead to marriage rumors or anything, but still. Yeah, Canon. If people think we're a couple, it'd be a problem. I decided to go along with Shu's reasoning. My main concern was that entering the contest would cut into my heart-searching time. After all, we're not actually dating. Saying those words gave me a tiny, unexpected pang in my chest. I'll make it clear that you're just guest participants, not a real couple. And what's the point of us entering, then? It's like, this is how a regular pair looks compared to a best couple. Kind of a comparison slot, you know? I see. But sorry, we still have class shifts to handle. I already called Ita-senpai, and he was like, no problem. He and Haina-senpai will cover for you. Wow, that was fast. Oh no. Shu was starting to cave. Couldn't you just pair up with another guy, Canon? Oh, good idea. I'll enter with Shu-senpai. That's not what I meant by another guy. And stop clinging to Shu's arm. But actually, Canon quickly let go of Shu and struck a mock salute. I'm co-hosting with the president, so I can't. Right, she was assigned to that role. Or rather, she'd enthusiastically volunteered for it. I could handle hosting alone if necessary, the president said softly, probably out of consideration for Canon's enthusiasm. No way. That'd be too much trouble for you, and it'd mess up the schedule. But, big sis, if you really don't want to, I guess I'll just have to partner with Shu-senpai. Gosh, I'd hate to do it, but I'd have no choice, right? She punctuated her words by lightly poking Shu's arm. TCH. She's pulling that card now. Of course, I don't want Shu and Canon pairing up. But if I refuse, the president will end up overburdened. No choice, then. Fine. I'll enter with Shu. Really. Thanks, big sis. Love you. This time, Canon hugged me tightly. Honestly, she's so shameless. Sigh. Entering the best couple contest with Shu. Guess I have no choice. Section. And so, we ended up having to participate in the best couple contest. Just to confirm, we're aiming for dead last, right? Yep. Let's just blend in as background characters so we don't mess up the event. We agreed on our strategy in advance. By the way, should we act less like a couple on purpose? Given Canon's explanation, I think we're fine just acting as usual. After all, yeah, we are. We're not a couple. Our voices overlapped as we said it, and I felt a small pang in my chest. With that brief exchange behind us, we made our way to the stage. All right, everyone, it's time for the best couple contest to begin. Which couple will claim the title of the ultimate lovebirds? Hosting today are me, Karasuma Canon, and President Zaizen Sayuki. Canon's high-energy voice paired with President Zaizen's calm yet commanding tone made for a balanced hosting duo. From the wings of the main stage, I watched them in action. This year's contest won't be based on a points system. Instead, after all the appeal times are over, the audience will vote to decide the best couple. So, as you watch, think about which couple you want to vote for. The choice is yours, the audience right here before the stage. This format was something we'd decided during the committee discussions. It was meant to be more engaging than a straightforward judging system, encouraging audience participation. And it seemed the plan was working perfectly. Yeah, why? The crowd erupted with cheers from the very start, the excitement palpable in the air. The energy from the earlier stage events had definitely carried over, helping to set the mood. Now then, let's bring out our first couple. Please welcome a pair who've been together for 1 year. Section. As the couples took turns stepping onto the stage, sharing light introductions and stories about how they got together. And last but not least, we have Shuichi Kono and Yuika Karasuma. These two are not a couple. They're participating as a special pair from the Cultural Festival Committee. They'll be showing you what just friends looks like as your baseline. At Canon's call, we stepped onto the stage with slightly awkward smiles plastered on our faces. Now then, please introduce yourselves and share your thoughts on the contest. Canon pointed a prop microphone at us, though it was just for show. Everyone was wearing clip-on mics to pick up their voices. I'm Shuichi Kono from class 3 to 8. We'll just behave like two normal classmates. I'm Yuika Karasuma, also from class 3 to 8. Use us as a benchmark for your judging. We both gave some half-hearted but harmless responses. Thank you both very much. Now, let's get started with the first appeal time. There were 4 planned appeal challenges in total for this event. The first one was supposed to be introducing, 3 minutes of staring. Wait a second. This isn't what I was told. Wasn't the first round supposed to be something like how many things can you say you like about the other person? What's going on? But even the president didn't say anything. Did I just misremember? Section. That was some amazing flirting, nicely done. All these couples are making me feel like I'm going to puke sugar. Keep it up. Flirting. Well, considering our Just Friends title, maybe we should just act like we always do. Next up, Shuichi and Yuika. Please come forward. Will there be a specific scenario we need to follow? Let's see. Yuika and I exchanged glances, nodding in unison. A home date, we said together. Even without prior discussion, we were on the same page. We had 2 chairs brought out and sat down side by side. Both of us fiddled with our phones in silence, a scene as far from flirting as it could get. Of course, we couldn't just leave it at that. It'd go completely against the purpose of the contest, after all. Section. Our pinkies brushed together, a faint sensation of skin against skin. Slowly, gradually, our hands overlapped. From the point of contact, a subtle warmth began to spread. We both kept our eyes on our phones, our free hands gripping them tightly, pretending nothing out of the ordinary was happening. But my mind was completely focused on our hands. And when Shu gripped my hand tightly, intertwining our fingers in a lover's hold, it felt like my heart had just been squeezed to its limit. I mean, I'm usually the one who reaches out first. So when Shu takes the initiative, it seriously makes my heart race. Ooh. Just as I was lost in that thought, a strange groan erupted from the audience, making both of us jump. And the crowd is united as one. The sheer emotional overload has caused mass casualties. It's a death without regrets. The president has also just died of Mo overload. Wait, really? Is it that big of a deal? The other couples were way more daring than this. Isn't this just light physical contact? There's a unique kind of energy you can only get from 2 people who aren't dating. The way they're shy yet trying not to show it, all while holding hands so firmly, it really conveys a sense of bond, and the emotional impact is through the roof. I don't fully get it, but apparently, that's the appeal. Wait, how did the president figure out I was feeling shy? And now, it's time for the final appeal. The last challenge is the ultimate classic, a confession. Please recreate an actual confession you've given or received and show us how it happened. This is your last chance to make an unforgettable impression. Nail this, and any couple could take the win. By the way, is it just me, or is this starting to feel a little dangerous? Section. At this stage, I had one major concern. It's that, for some inexplicable reason, we've been a hit with the audience. The reactions during our turn, like earlier, seem way louder than anyone else's. Other couples are doing way more couple-like things, so why? Not that I think it's likely, but if we somehow get a bunch of votes, that'd be a problem too. Should we deliberately aim for comedy in the final round to throw things off? Thank you for that wonderful confession. It was truly heartwarming. And just like that, while I was overthinking everything, it was suddenly our turn. Great. Still no plan. Actually, what's this supposed to look like for us in the first place? Now, for our final pair. The theme is an actual confession. How will our cultural festival committee duo approach this, I wonder? So how about this? If you were really confessing, what would you say? That sounds perfect. Please, go ahead. What? Could you two not casually throw such a bombshell our way? If I say something weird and Yuika ends up thinking, oh, so Shu thinks he can win me over with this kind of confession? Or something. Hold on. Wait a second. I've got it. Something that fits the theme, doesn't cause misunderstandings with Yuika, and guarantees will come in last. Yuika Karasuma. This is it, the perfect move. Will you marry me? It's an actual proposal I've made before. Yuika knows that, so there's no room for misinterpretation. And realistically, opening with a marriage proposal for your first confession? Way too heavy. It's an instant turn-off. Though just to seal the deal, I might need to go further. Kneeling down as I spoke, I took Yuika's hand and kissed her ring finger. Exclamation point. I felt her breath catch. Ha! Proposing with a ring finger kiss to someone you're not even dating? The crowd has to be cringing. This guarantees our bottom spot. Oh no. I just realized. I actually kissed her finger. Even if it's just an act, isn't this totally crossing a line? Kissing someone's hand when you're not dating could get you reported. Cha. Why yes. Wait. What? Yuika gave a weak-sounding response, and I cautiously looked up at her face, then let out a small sigh of relief. Her face was bright red as she turned away, one hand over her mouth, trembling slightly as she tried to hold back her laughter. Thankfully, it seemed she found it funny rather than gross or off-putting. Still, was it really that funny? As I puzzled over her reaction, a wave of relief washed over me. Kaya. Woo. Whoa, what was that? From the audience came deafening cheers from the women and, oddly, what sounded like impressed murmurs from the men. Wait, what's going on? Did everyone find this funny too? Or could they have actually enjoyed it? Section. Shu. Seriously. Seriously. This is exactly what I mean. I get it, okay? I understand what Shu was trying to do. I mean, I was also thinking, aren't we getting an oddly positive reaction? Shouldn't we do something clumsy at the end to bring it back down? Shu was clearly thinking the same thing, and that's what led to his move, right? And honestly, as far as the approach goes, I don't think he was wrong. Proposing and kissing someone's finger when you're not even dating? Normally, that would absolutely make people cringe. But Shu, you need to be aware of how good you look. When you do something like that, it becomes a scene straight out of a painting. And with how we're dressed right now, a vampire proposing to a witch, it's practically creating its own story. The whole thing ends up looking so romantic. And more than anything else, the damage to my poor heart is catastrophic. Oh no, I turned my head away on reflex, but my face is definitely red all the way down to my neck right now. But then again, knowing Shu, he'll probably just assume this was all acting or something. Hopefully. Section. With the audience voting complete and our preparations backstage finished. The winners are Shuichi and Yuika. They swept the majority of the votes, didn't they? How did this even happen? Seriously. The moment we were told the results, I tried to refuse, saying, but we're not even a real couple. But President Zaizen calmly countered with, everyone voted fully aware of that fact. To make matters worse, the other participants came over with these weirdly refreshing smiles, saying things like, we lost fair and square to you guys. At that point, there was no way out. And now, it's time to present the grand prize. The prize is, drumroll, please, a wedding. Congratulations. And as for the priest officiating the ceremony, it will be me, Canon Karasuma. And so, here I am, reluctantly waiting backstage in a tuxedo. Honestly, President Zaizen, this shocking development you mentioned. Yeah, it happened all right. And let's be real, it's pretty much entirely your doing. Section. The grand prize was, of course, something we'd decided during the Cultural Festival Committee discussions. Since this year's contest was a relatively low-budget event, we'd poured nearly the entire budget into renting authentic wedding outfits. If we're doing this, it has to be adorable, right? We girls had giggled while picking out the wedding dress. I never imagined I'd be the one wearing it. So when they said shocking development, this has got to be what they meant. You look beautiful, sister-in-law. It suits you perfectly. Thanks. I responded to Kazua, who was holding up the hem of my dress, though my feelings were a bit complicated. Also, when did Kazua even agree to be the veil girl? When I came back to the dressing room after leaving the stage, she was already here. It was probably Canon's doing. Her prep work is impeccable, even during her hosting duties. That girl is unbelievable sometimes. Naturally, I won't have the honor of this role during the real thing. So today, I'll give it everything I've got in place of the actual day. Fufu, I'll be counting on you. I couldn't help but let out a small laugh at Kazua's spirited enthusiasm, her nose flaring slightly as she spoke. And now, let's welcome the stars of the show to the stage. It was time for us to make our entrance. Section. From opposite sides of the stage, Yuika and Shu stepped out and walked toward the center. Wow. You're even more beautiful than I imagined, Shu said. You too. You look so much cooler than I expected, Yuika replied. Their exchange brought cheers and whistles from the audience. Given the context, it was probably seen as part of the performance, but in reality, they were just sharing their honest thoughts with each other. Still, though, can we talk about this? The best couple contest. Having Yuika and Shu win was completely by design. In fact, I proposed the best couple contest specifically for this moment. The wedding prize? That was because I wanted to see it. By making the prize borderline embarrassing, it naturally reduced the pool of participants, setting the stage perfectly for me to rope the two of them in as a favor. On top of that, I conspired with the president to adjust the appeal time activities to be as saccharine as possible, ensuring it was sweet enough for maximum enjoyment on my part. Though, I'll admit, Shu's over-the-top confession at the end caught me a bit off guard. Oh, and speaking of surprises, seeing Kazua casually sitting in the dressing room as the veil girl without being asked. That gave me a good laugh. Not that I minded, she saved me the trouble of recruiting her. Now then, the best part awaits, watching their big moment up close. He. A wedding vow kiss in front of everyone, even though they're not even dating yet. Scandalous, right? Well, of course, it's just for show, barely more than a near miss this time. Section. Shuichi, do you take Yuika to be your wife, to have and to hold, in sickness and in health, in joy and in sorrow, in wealth and in poverty, to love, honor, comfort, and cherish, as long as you both shall live? I do. My brother's clear, unwavering reply to Canon, the best friend couple enthusiast, resounded through the venue. And Yuika, do you take Shuichi to be your husband, to have and to hold, in sickness and in health, in joy and in sorrow, in wealth and in poverty, to love, honor, comfort, and cherish, as long as you both shall live? I do. My sister-in-law responded in the same steady tone. The ceremony continued smoothly. Normally, a veil girl's role ends after the entrance, but today I was tasked with assisting throughout the ceremony. This meant one very important thing. I had the best seat in the house to livestream this masterpiece of a moment directly to my mind. Please lift the veil. Traditionally, this would be followed by the exchange of rings, but that step was omitted today. Shu slowly reached out, lifting the veil covering Yuika's face. From where I was, I could only see Shu's expression. But, oh ho, did I catch that? For just a moment, he was clearly captivated by her again, wasn't he? A real sister can't be fooled. And now, the grand finale. You may now kiss the bride. Phew. The main event of today's broadcast has arrived. Time to capture this moment in the highest resolution of my heart's hard drive. Shu leaned in closer to Yuika, bit by bit. But wait. From my position directly behind Yuika, I couldn't see the critical scene at all. Even if it's just for show, a near miss, I cannot afford to miss the key moment of my OTP's vow kiss. I quickly shifted my position to adjust my view. Close one. In my rush, I stepped on the hem of my dress and nearly tripped. If I'd fallen here, I would have ruined the entire ceremony and carried the guilt forever. But I managed to catch myself just in time by planting my hands forward. Wait a second. Forward. Someone gave me a gentle push on the back. And then, a soft sensation. Lightly, gently, our lips met. Section. They say a ceremonial kiss should last 3 to 5 seconds. Not for any symbolic reason, but to make sure the photographers have enough time to capture the moment. Also, I vaguely remember hearing somewhere, though I can't recall who told me or when. The thought floated into my mind, probably as a form of mental escape. I don't know exactly how many seconds Yuika and I stayed frozen in that kiss, stunned by the sheer surprise of it all. But it felt like a fairly long time. When I finally snapped back to reality, I slowly pulled away. Yuika stood in front of me, her cheeks slightly flushed, her expression dreamy and unfocused. Her eyes glistened faintly, though not in a way that suggested she was about to cry out of disgust or distress at the kiss. At least, that much was a relief. Even after we parted, Yuika and I stared at each other in a daze for a while. Then, suddenly, the sound of the audience's cheers broke through, making me realize that the world had been eerily silent until now. It was around this point that I finally started regaining a sliver of composure. I had a pretty good idea of what caused this incident. Turning my gaze toward the likely culprit, I saw Kazua, frozen in place, her expression blank with shock. But then, for some reason, her face softened into a serene, almost archaic smile. I'll take responsibility with my life. You absolutely will not. She pulled a pen from her breast pocket, raising it dramatically to stab herself in the stomach, and I barely managed to grab her hand to stop her. Let me go, brother. At this point, the only way to atone is with death. No, Even dying isn't enough. I'll go straight to the depths of Cohabitation and plead directly with King Enma to let my soul suffer eternal torment. Enma-sama would be baffled, so stop it already. Besides, One-Leaf-chan, can you even die with just a pen? Oh, watch me. With this single pen and my indomitable spirit, I'll carve my guts out right here and now. Canon, don't take her on. I wasn't. That was just a normal retort. Anyway, cut the microphone for now. Aye. Microphone's off, all good. This betrayal by my own interpretation. No, never mind that. Brother and sister-in-law's precious first time, ruined like this. No matter how I look at it, I have to die at the very least, temporarily. No, you don't. Calm down, Kazua. Look, they'll have their real first time at the actual wedding, right? Exactly. Just think of this as practice. It's practically a good thing. Amidst the chaos of calming Kazua down, one thing lingered. The soft sensation of Yuika's lips was still imprinted on mine. Section. Exactly. Honestly, we should be thanking you, Kazua. Following Shu's lead, I chimed in. Kazua. Seriously. Thank you so much. I mean, I really, truly kissed Shu, didn't I? This isn't a dream, right? If I weren't so busy trying to stop Kazua, I'd probably have the biggest, goofiest grin on my face right now. So in that sense, too, thank you, Kazua. Maybe, just maybe, this might make Shu start thinking about me a little differently. A kiss that sparks a relationship, I'm totally on board with that idea. Even as my thoughts ran wild with every romantic possibility, the memory of that sweet, romantic sensation lingered. His kiss still lingers on my lips. Epilogue. The excitement of the cultural festival had yet to completely fade, but the peak had passed, leaving the school grounds wrapped in a mellow, relaxed atmosphere. It was the middle of the after-festival party. Sigh. In the end, I didn't find anything I could confidently call the giant heart. That was a bit disappointing. But something much more exciting happened, so it's fine. I gently touched my lips with my fingertips. No matter how many times I think about it, my heart won't stop racing. By the way, Shu suddenly said. Tchem. I quickly dropped my hand and tried to respond as casually as possible. Since that kiss, neither of us had brought it up. Partly to avoid making Kazua feel worse than she already did, of course. But also, I was afraid that mentioning it might change something between us. I don't know if Shu feels the same way, though. Remember how President Zaizen said they were opening the rooftop during the festival as a trial? Oh, yeah, she did say that. On the surface, we were still interacting just like we always had. Want to go check it out? Definitely. Let's go, sounds fun. With our class event finished and all the festival committee work wrapped up, we were completely free now. And so, open sesame. I pushed open the slightly heavy rooftop door. Since most people were at the bonfire on the field, the rooftop was deserted and quiet. Wow, so this is what the rooftop looks like. Not much up here, as expected. Oh, look. You can see the bonfire perfectly from here. Whoa, you're right. Leaning against the fence, Shu and I looked down at the field. Around the bonfire, everyone was dancing the folk dance, their joyful energy palpable. I spotted Takahashi dancing with Ita and Kazua being lightly dragged along by Canon, who was as hyper as ever. This kind of thing. It's nice, isn't it? Yeah. Shu and I both narrowed our eyes, smiling at the heartwarming scene below. Watching everyone enjoying themselves like that made me feel happy, too. And the fact that I was watching it with Shu, just the two of us. It made my chest feel warm and ticklish. For a while, we stayed like that, enjoying the comfortable silence together. Then, Shu's voice broke the quiet as his gaze shifted. What is it? Over there, at the special classrooms. Over there. Oh. Following Shu's finger, I looked and gasped. The special classroom building, which wasn't in use during the after-festival party, had several lights left on. And did someone accidentally leave those lights on like that? It's shaped like a heart, isn't it? Yeah, it's definitely a heart. The lights formed a perfect, glowing giant heart. This was it. No doubts about it. Shu, did you know about this? Know about what? Shu tilted his head, genuinely puzzled. He clearly wasn't aware of the legend, but if he found this by accident, doesn't that make it fate? During the festival, there's a legend that couples who find the giant heart will be together forever. Really? In that case. Shu suddenly brought his hands together, forming a circle with his fingers. He lined it up with the glowing heart from the classroom windows. Got it. See? He grinned mischievously, showing me his playful side. Haha, that's genius. I copied him, forming a circle with my hands and capturing the heart within. Me too, got it. To think I'd find the giant heart by chance on the rooftop. It feels so destined. I hope the legend works its magic. That means we're together forever now, right? I smiled and teased him, and Shu scratched his cheek, looking a bit bashful. That was my plan all along, with or without the legend. Exclamation point. Ah, seriously, Shu. You just casually say things like that. I already love him so much, but now I just love him even more. Section. I had told one lie. Not about my words claiming we were destined to be together forever, those I meant wholeheartedly. Of course, that promise was conditional. It depended on Yuika wanting to maintain this relationship as well. So, what was the lie? It was the fact that, in front of Yuika, I pretended not to know about the cultural festival's giant heart legend. But the truth is, I was fully aware of it. Why? Because I was the one who spread the rumor in the first place. Technically, it wasn't something I made up entirely. It was a story I had once heard from my father, a graduate of this academy. The legend had faded into obscurity over the years, so I took it upon myself to bring it back. The plan began on the day of the Cultural Festival Committee's first meeting. Excuse me, President Saizen. May I have a moment? A quick question, are you familiar with a cultural festival-related legend at this school? I'm afraid not. Though I pride myself on being well informed about such things, this is new to me. Well, to be precise, it's something that used to exist. About 10 years ago, there was a legend. Couples who find the giant heart during the cultural festival will be together forever. I see. And why are you bringing this to my attention? Don't you think a legend like this could add some excitement to the festival? Tell me, has anyone ever actually found this giant heart? I've spoken to alumni from several generations, but no one could confidently say they discovered a truly giant heart. It's safe to conclude that such a thing doesn't exist, which is likely why the rumor faded away. In that case, while I won't say it's pointless, I can't condone spreading an outright fabrication. If the answer doesn't exist, we simply create it. Oh, for example, what if we temporarily open the rooftop during the festival and arrange for? From that moment on, the president was fully on board. Together, we worked to spread the legend throughout the school. The heart-shaped lights on the special classroom building weren't coincidental, either. I asked the cultural club leaders to either make sure to turn off the lights or leave them on for after the festival, using different instructions for each. Thanks to my title as a committee member, no one questioned my requests. All that was left was to invite Yuika to the rooftop at the perfect time. In short, this entire setup was my doing. Even the people who conveniently mentioned the legend within Yuika's earshot, they were family acquaintances I'd roped in. When Zaizen asked about the true purpose of my actions, she had phrased it like this. Did you go to all this trouble just to enhance the festival's atmosphere? My answer, of course not. I'm sorry for using you, President Zaizen. Then, what's the real reason? The answer I gave her was simple. Isn't it obvious? It was all to deliver my heart to the girl I like. An elaborate, indirect, and entirely self-indulgent confession, one that Yuika will never realize. I still don't have the courage to tell her how I feel directly. But now, with everything that's happened, even the accidental kiss, I wonder, has she started to think of me as something more than just a friend? Just a little? Section. Hey, Shu. We talked about the legend, found the heart, and now we're in this moment together. Couldn't you start thinking about me as more than just a friend? Just a little? It's unfair. I'm the only one whose heart won't stop racing. As I was lost in thought, the rooftop door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. My heart skipped a beat for an entirely different reason this time. Ah, there you are. Turning around, I saw Canon pointing at us. Spending some quiet time alone is nice and all, but the main event doesn't feel complete without today's stars. Come on, let's go. Running over, Canon grabbed both our arms, tugging us insistently. Shu and I exchanged a glance, a silent conversation passing between us. Well, it is a festival, after all. And tonight, no one's going to overthink anything. With those blatantly obvious excuses, we let ourselves get pulled along. Section. The best couple has arrived. And now, the stars of tonight's event join the dance floor. As Canon and President Saizen hyped us up, the surrounding students erupted into cheers and applause. Dancing in this kind of atmosphere was very embarrassing. Now that I think about it, I've never done a folk dance before, and I'm not even sure I remember the steps, I admitted. Then I'll teach you. Step by step, Yuika said, taking my hand quite literally. 1, 2, 1, 2. Left foot forward, back, spin around, and switch partners. Oh, wait, no switching this time. Like this? I clumsily followed her lead, trying to mimic her movements. Yep, perfect. You're a quick learner. I mean, considering you've done ballroom dancing, this should be a piece of cake. Yeah, but ballroom and this are worlds apart. Even now, staying this close to Yuika, holding hands, made me a little nervous. Of course, I didn't let it show. Alright, let's speed things up, Yuika said with a mischievous grin. Pretty sure that's not how folk dances are supposed to work. And yet, you're keeping up just fine. How are we still speeding up? Isn't this too much? Not even close. Let's add some flair, time for some dance improvisation. These moves are more like a quick step than folk dance. And now, finish with a pose, strike it. Whoa, wow, listen to that applause. Amazing, right? I'm not sure what they're clapping for exactly. Even as I chuckled wryly, I couldn't help but think. This unrestrained, free-spirited dancing was so Yuika. And being swept up in her whirlwind energy like this was so me. It was an after-festival party that felt perfectly us. Section. The cultural festival, which had been so much fun, was almost over. It was a little sad, but the fulfilling, hectic preparation period, the fun of exploring the festival together, the search for the heart, being chosen as the best couple, and even sharing a kiss. And then, Shu found the heart for us. Did our relationship progress in any way? Or am I still just his best friend? Let's take it slow and enjoy the last dance, I said. That's how it's supposed to be, Shu replied. Still, our school is so flexible, isn't it? Participating in the folk dance is optional, and you don't even have to switch partners if you don't want to. That policy saved me in past years. And instead of getting scolded for stunts like we pulled earlier, we got applause. Everyone's pretty good at going with the flow here. Ah, look. Canon's literally spinning Kazua around again. Sorry about my little sister. Haha, well, Kazua looks like she's having fun, so. Really? She looks pretty mad to me. Deep down, I'm sure she's enjoying herself. Probably. Hopefully. Let's just assume she is. Haha. Oh, over there. Is President Saizen asking Ita to dance? Could it be those two? No. That look on Zaizen's face is her speculating about Tokuhoshi's relationship with him. Haha, you're totally right. As we danced slowly, we exchanged these casual observations, and I found myself smiling softly. Everyone seems to be having such a great time. It's the cultural festival, after all. I think it's more than that. Even now, though we were married, we weren't really a couple. It's the cultural festival we made together. Yeah, you're right. Still unsure, still unable to summon the courage to take the next step, that's where we were. But this was our cultural festival, and for now, that was enough. Section. But you know, it's always been a dream of mine to dance like this with everyone. Another one, checked off the list. They must have had proms or something like this where you were before, right? Well, yeah, but I never went. Really? That's surprising. You seem like you'd love something like that. If I'd gone, I'd have had to dance with someone, right? Didn't you want to dance? The person I wanted to dance with was far away. Was that? Can I take that as a hint? Well then, what other dreams do you have? Let's see. I wanted to do a big barbecue with everyone already done. I want to take a group photo on our school trip. For Halloween, I'd love to try out some different costumes. At the end of the year, I want to do a 2-year shrine visit. And after New Year's, draw a Daikachi fortune slip at the shrine. Oh, and for Setsuban, I want to properly throw beans. Never did that before. Oops, skipped Christmas. I want to dress as Santa and get a present from Santa too. Haha, that's quite the list. And then, to be with the person I love, maybe. I see. Fufu, you're making a weird face. Well, it's just. That doesn't sound like something Yuika would usually say. Right now, I'm just a regular girl with regular dreams. I see. I'll do everything I can to help you achieve all your dreams, Yuika. Really? All of them? Yeah. Every single one. Then, I'll take you up on that offer. We were starting to take those small, hesitant steps forward together. Section. You promised, okay? How our newlywed life will change from here. No one knows yet. Afterward. Hello, this is Hammerbane. First and foremost, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for meeting you again in Volume 3. With the sisters now interacting face-to-face in real life and the addition of new characters, this third part is more lively than ever. The sweetness levels have been turned up even higher, so I hope you'll enjoy it to the fullest. I sincerely hope we'll meet again. For now, I'll take my leave here. Thank you very much. Until next time. End of Volume 3.